first. Ano pang hinirang ko mo?
Yes, tapos kapitiin.
Tapos, tsaka pumunta ko.
Yes.
Yun.
Ay ka na, precious sa baliktad. National anthem muna. Shook, bayang magiliw, pegas ng silanganan, natapos ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo, pihit. Pihitin mo si ano.
Okay
Yan,
po.
para makaharap kay frontal, full frontal.
Dito
Yes.
sa braso naman, ha?
Apo,
Para
sige.
may si...
Oh, yes.
Diyan na lang ganyan.
Good job.
Okay. Tapos pag nag-exit tayo, diretso tayo sa labas ng session. Okay na yung mga kids?
Okay, okay.
Bakit?
Standby na tayo sa likod, ha? Ikaw na lang mag-abot, sir. Kunin ko, ha, girls. Ikaw na lang mag-abot. Thank you, sir.
RJ,
RJ, sir.
Sir Joven.
Ay.
Hindi ka na precious.
Dito lang tayo chamber.
Yun.
Dito lang tayo.
Sabay tayo pagpasok nila, pasok ko na.
Akala ko naka-preposition na.
Nakalagay ba yun doon sa ano? Dahil may delay yan. Nakalagay ba yan doon sa inaprubahan ng rules? Ano? Baka maganda nakaposisyon no?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Okay na yung Indonesian mo, ma'am. Maglabas nila yung mga Indonesian, Vietnamese na yan dahil makakasabay sa Vietnamese.
Ay,
Hintayin nga lang muna sila.
dami pala ngayon. Ah. Daming si Deputy Speaker. Sir.
Pero okay lang sa inyo na alam, after you announce yung choir, lalakad pa sila.
Doon. Papwesto yung... Pwesto na. Pwesto na.
Buti na sabi niyo, sir. Yes, sir.
Yan ang pang
Ay, dito po ulit sa ano.
Sana nakaharap ka na sa
Yarn.
planner.
Okay po.
Okay, wait lang.
Pag-work ko kayo. Okay ko naman.
Ikaw mag-video kayo.
Opo. Thank you po.
Kasi mauna yung national anthem ko. Kaya nga, national anthem na tayo nga, di ba sir?
Ang gagamitin kong kamay dito kasi mag-ano.
Tapos, pagpabango mo. Tulungan naman dito.
You will explain to her because you cannot see me. No?
Yes.
The handsome Sergeant at Arms is placing the mace, standing up the mace before the stand.
Okay.
Tanggalin niyo yung mask niyo, ha? Tapos
Yes po.
lapit mo yung mic mo sa mouth kasi hindi ka marinig.
Opo.
Akala ko plastic ko ganina. Practice lang. Hindi ko na nilagay yung mic.
Bata pa ako. Siyempre.
The session is called to order now. Please stand for singing of national anthem to be led by our children from Child Rights Network. Please remain standing for the doxology to be led again by the children from Child Rights Network.
Amang lumikha ng sangkatauhan, ng tubig, ng hangin, apoy at kalupaan, halay namin sa iyong paanan. Likhang sining aming nakayanan, diwa nito'y tumimo nawa sa mayamang isip ng mga bata. Kaisipang bigyang buhay sa gawa, gawaing magpunlat sa iyong nilikha. Salamat sa araw, sa bituin at buwan, sa tubig, sa hangin at kalikasan. Salamat sa kapwa, sa mga hinirang. Pagpalain mo, Ama, bayang aming mahal.
Thank you to the children from Child Rights Network. Salamat po. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members, House of Representatives. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Piron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelita Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagoop, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebilla, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed, Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Rico, Ginto, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konggun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juanyo, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Pagras, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Yuloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sheda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sargabarria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasta Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 27, dated November 14, 2022, were already distributed to the members, I move that we dispense with the reading of the same and approve Journal Number 27.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Journal number 27, dated November 14, 2022, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we approve Journal Number 28, dated November 15, 2022, I move to correct the result of the roll call on page 2 thereof to reflect the figure 309 instead of 308.
There is a motion to correct Journal number 28. Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 28 were already distributed to the members, I move that we dispense with the reading of the same and approve Journal Number 28 as corrected.
Is
So
there
moved,
any
Mr. Speaker.
objection? The journal is corrected. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 29, dated November 16, 2022, were already distributed to the members, I move that we dispense with the reading of the same and approve Journal Number 29. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Journal number 29, dated November 16, 2022, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and community reports.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills and title of resolution and proposed House bills.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 6130, creating a district engineering office in Cotabato City, Maguindanao, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 6131, encouraging corporate social responsibility, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 6132, providing for the Magna Carta of Private Health Workers, by Representatives Castro, France, and Brosas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6133, declaring Bulabog Putian National Park located in Dingle and San Enrique, Iloilo a protected area, by Representative Biron.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 6134, providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens and PWDs in national and local elections, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 6135, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP, the PNP, the Philippine Coast Guard, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Bureau of Fire Protection on any charge or case before any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of official duty, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 6136, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of basic ROTC in grades 11 and 12 in public and private education institutions, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6137, providing for a Physicians Act, by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6138, mandating the inclusion of the blood type of individuals in their birth certificates, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6139, providing for the public disclosure of the standard cost of drugs, procedures, and services by hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6140, establishing the Philippine Geriatric Health and Research Institute, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6141, creating a database of products containing probable carcinogens, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6142, ensuring safe drinking water, by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 6143, establishing the Mindanao Sports Development Training and Research Institute to be located in the Davao City University of the Philippines, by Representative Ungab.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 6144, establishing the Kawayan City Sports Training Center to be located in Kawayan City, Isabela, by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 6145, granting a legislative franchise to Benguet Electric Cooperative Incorporated, by Representative Gomark.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 6146, increasing the compensation of social workers in government service, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 6147, institutionalizing the crisis intervention program of the DSWD, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 6148, amending Section 7 of RA number 7183, regulating the sale, manufacture, distribution, and use of firecrackers and other pyrotechnic devices, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 6149, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of teachers from salary grade 11 to 19, by Representative Co. Ricardo and Co. Olga Ara.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 6150, creating a mandatory department head position of Human Resource Development Officer in the LGUs, by Representatives Co. Ricardo and Co. Olga Ara.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6151, granting all provincial governors, municipal mayors, and city mayors the appropriate civil service eligibility, by Representative Tantuatco.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6152, declaring the Waling-Waling orchid as the national orchid of the Philippines, by Representative Garcia Vincent.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6153, granting bereavement leave of 5 working days with pay to employees in the private and public sectors in the event of death of an immediate family member, by Representative Garcia Vincent.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6154, increasing the salary grades of Teacher 1 to Teacher 3, by Representatives Gatchalian and Garcia Vincent.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 6159, ensuring food security by providing for the mandatory crop insurance coverage to farmers, by Representative Palma.
The Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 6160, establishing a senior citizens grievance desk in every barangay, by Representative Villalago.
The Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 6161, strengthening the right of citizens to information held by the government, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Public Informations.
House Bill 6162, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP and the PNP on any charge before any competent body arising from an incident related to the performance of official duty, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 6163, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6164, establishing the Philippine Center for Diabetes and Endocrinology, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6165, mandating the national government to allocate funds for potable water access and the construction of water systems in all barangays, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 6166, providing for security of tenure to all contemporary, casual, and contractual workers of the government who have rendered the prescribed years of service in the national government agencies and the local government units, by Representative Villalago.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6167, amending Section 20 of the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 6168, creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in Butuan City, Agusan del Norte, by Representative Aquino.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6169, providing for the reapportionment of Pangasinan Province into 8 legislative districts, by Representative Estrella.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6170, establishing a Land and Transportation Office District Branch in Pandan, Antique, by Representative Ligarda.
To the Committee on Transportations.
House Bill 6171, providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 6172, strengthening the Commission on Elections, increasing the manpower complement in its field offices, providing office spaces separate and independent from LGUs, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Marcos, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 6173, transferring the daycare centers from the DSWD to the Department of Education, by Representatives Suarez and Villarasa Suarez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 6174, providing for the establishment of the Philippine Muntay Specialty Center, Mindanao, in the city of Davao del Sur, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 6175, instituting the Medical Reserve Course, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6176 to 6186 and 6188, converting certain elementary schools into integrated schools in the province of Antique, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 6187 and 6189 to 6196, establishing elementary schools in 7 barangays in the province of Antique, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6197, declaring August 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in Anini, Antique, in commemoration of its founding day to be known as the Araw ng Anini, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6198, allowing medical and health personnel in government service to retire at the age of 56, by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6199, requiring gasoline stations to install and maintain functioning emergency generator sets, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 6200, requiring owners of residential buildings or structures to maintain portable fire extinguishers, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 6201, requiring every city and municipality to prepare and formulate a 10-year urban master plan, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
Resolutions. House Resolution 547, directing the Committee on Disaster Resilience to conduct an inquiry on the status and implementation of the Odette Recovery, Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Program, by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 548, directing the House Committee on Muslim Affairs to exercise oversight powers on the compliance of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government in Muslim Mindanao to the Bangsamoro Organic Law, by Representative Dimaporo City Amina.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 549, congratulating and commending Filipina athlete Kimberly Ann Custudio for clinching the gold medal in the women's 45 kg division in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu International Federation World Jiu-Jitsu Championship held in United Arab Emirates, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 550, congratulating and commending Samantha Katantan for winning the gold medal in the senior women's fall event at the 2022 Garrett Open hosted by the Pennsylvania State University, by Representatives Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 551, congratulating and commending Filipina athlete Margarita Meiji Ochoa for clinching the gold medal, the women's 48 kg division in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu International Federation World Jiu-Jitsu Championship held in United Arab Emirates, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 552, congratulating and commending Carlos Yulo for winning the silver medal in men's vault and bronze medal in parallel bars at the 51st FIG Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in England, by Representatives Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 553, congratulating and commending members of the Philippine wakeboarding team for their achievements in the 2022 Singha IWWF World Cable Wakeboard and Wake Skate Championships in Thailand, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 554, congratulating and commending Filipina para-athlete Ariel Joseph Alegarbes for winning the silver medal in the men's 50 meters backstroke multi-class tune para swimming event in the 2022 Virtus Oceana Asian Games, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 555, condemning the continuing and worsening attacks on trade unionists and labor advocates in the country and urging the Committee on Labor and Employment to conduct an investigation, by Representative Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 556, directing the Committee on Local Government to conduct a mandatory review of the Local Government Code of 1991 in compliance with Section 521, by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 557, urging DPWH to revive its program in providing modular bridge materials and to undertake related measures, by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Resolution 558, congratulating and commending Kimberly Ann Custudio and Margarita Medjo Ochoa for winning gold medals for the Philippines in the 2022 JJIF World Jiu-Jitsu Championships by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 559, congratulating and commending the Filipino athletes who won medals for the Philippines in the 2022 Singha IWWF World Cable Wakeboard and the Wake Skates Championships held in Thailand last October 20 to November 6, 2022 by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 560, congratulating and commending the Philippine National Youth Chess Team for winning as overall champion in the 2022 Eastern Asia Youth Chess Championships in Thailand by Representatives Torgrales, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 561, congratulating and commending Paem Nepomuceno for winning the gold medal in the men's singles 65-plus division at the 16th Asian Senior Bowling Championships in Malaysia by Representatives Nograles, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 562, congratulating and commending the Philippine boxing team for their podium finishes in the 2022 Asian Boxing Confederation, Asian Elite Men and Women Boxing Championships by Representatives Nograles, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 563, congratulating and commending the Philippine archery team for clinching the 3 silver medals and 1 bronze medal at the 2022 Asia Archery Challenge by Representative Nograles, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 564, congratulating and commending Leia Ayel Aguilar to become the youngest world Jiu-Jitsu champion by Representative Nograles, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 565, congratulating and commending 9-year-old Vince Rafael Operiano for winning the International Chess Eastern Asia Youth Championship held in Thailand by Representative Nograles, Margarita Ignacia, and Gintu.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 566, expressing our warm felicitations and congratulations to the Sangguniang Kabataan of Barangay Tisa, Cebu City for being awarded as one of the outstanding SK councils in the Philippines by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution 567, urging the Committee on Transportation to conduct an investigation on the issues faced by the LTO with its current and past IT service providers, causing delays to its crucial services which affect the public by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication. Letters dated October 27, November 2, and 9, 2022 of the BSP Acting Deputy Director, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitted to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 172 to 175 submitted to the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 6155 to 6158 respectively.
To the Committee on Rules.
Petition. Petition for indirect initiative pursuant to Sections 3B and 11 of RA number 6735 for Congress to enact an act calling for a constitutional convention providing for proportional representation therein and other details related to the election of delegates to and the holding of constitutional convention, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, otherwise known as the Constitutional Convention Act of 2022, filed by Kapatiran Party Alliance for the Common Good.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following guests of the Honorable Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino of the OFW Party List, namely Mr. Gillier Dwight Agulan, Mr. David James Sumner, Mr. Juliver Buted, Ms. Princess Maria Adriano, Mr. John Mark Ong, Mr. Brian Natividad, Ms. Vanji Esquejo, Ms. Mary Grace Adriano, Mr. Morpheus Gorobat Jr., Ms. Marceline Sun, Ms. Jesselyn Sun, Mr. Coco Martinez, Ms. Charlene M. Kapanayam, Mr. Emilio K. Go, Ms. Eileen Choi Go, Ms. Dorothy Joy Fanyo, and Mr. Mark Castro.
To the guests of Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino, welcome to the House of Representatives. Palakpakan po natin ulit ang ating mga guests. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would also like to acknowledge the presence of the guests of the Honorable Representative Harris Christopher Ongchuan of the 2nd District of Northern Samar, Councilor Jensen Detera, Councilor Lucky Longkop, and Councilor Cyrus Borja.
To the guests of Congressman Harris Christopher M. Ongchuan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Palakpakan po natin ulit ang ating mga guests, ni Congressman Ongchuan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The privilege hour is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the lady from Party List BHW, the Honorable Angelica Natasha Co, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentle lady of Party List BHW, Representative Angelica Natasha Co is now recognized. Is she around, ma'am? Is she around, Mr. Majority Leader?
Considering
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that the Representative Angelica Natasha Co is not yet around, I would draw my motion to recognize the representative from BHW Party List.
Is there any objection? Your motion is withdrawn. Approved. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the lady from the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City, Representative Maria Cynthia K. Chan, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Gentle Lady of Lapu-Lapu City, Congresswoman Maria Cynthia Chan, is now recognized. Are you around, ma'am? Congresswoman?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
She's in the Zoom, Majority Leader. Please proceed, Congresswoman.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, today I am taking the floor to express the urgent need to pass a law that creates a comprehensive and responsible civil registration vital statistics system, CRVS system. This representation is sounding the alarm on the urgency and reminds my dear colleagues why we need to act now. Let me begin by telling this viral story on social media. Said post, which has gathered over 19,000 shares, tells the story of Angel, a young child residing in Quezon City. Child was homeless and she lacked accurate vital information. She even lacked a birth certificate. With the help of kind groups, Angel was able to secure that essential piece of paper, that birth certificate, only at the age of 8. That enabled her to enroll in kinder and finally start schooling. Let me narrate another similar story, this time not in Metro Manila, but in one of the farthest places in the country. Child Fund, a non-government organization focused on the welfare of children, launched the Bajau Ongka Kumpit for access and transition to school, or BOAT, project in the said area. The development workers were very concerned. They found that about 3 in 4 children, Project Reach, did not undergo birth registration. Sa sabing lugar, hirap ang mga magulang na iparehistro ang kanilang mga anak dahil malayo ang kanilang komunidad sa Civil Registration Office. Wala ring rural health unit sa kanilang mismong komunidad. Kung gusto nilang dumaan sa proseso ng paparehistro, hindi kakayanin ng kanilang kabuhayan ang gastos na aabutin. The BOAT project of Child Fund is to help about 67% of the affected residents in the said community complete late birth registration. This was done in close coordination and cooperation with the area's local government unit and government agencies. Bakit ko po ibinabahagi ang mga kwentong ito, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues? Dahil nais ko pong ipabatid sa inyo na nanatiling totoo, malalim na issue ang batayang pangangailangang pagparehistro. Birth registration is one of the fundamental services that citizens of any nation needs to primarily enjoy the right to a legal identity. Without a legal identity, they are rendered invisible in the eyes of the government. Araw-araw pong trabaho ng lahat ng bahaging ito ng ating gobyerno, mula ehekutibo, legislatura, hanggang judikatura. Nusubok po nating pabutihin ang mga serbisyong ating inilalaan para sa ating mga kababayang. Pero para sa mga walang birth certificate, hindi man lang sila kinikilala bilang kababayan. Ano pong silbi ang ating pagsasakripisyo ng oras, pondo, at pagkukunot noo para pagbutihin ang ating serbisyo publiko? Marami pa rin gaya ni Angel na kailangan pang dumaan sa napakaraming proseso at umaabot hanggang 8 taong gulang bago maituring na Pilipino. According to UNICEF, 135 million children under 5, Asia and the Pacific, are not registered. Same time, there are 7.5 million Filipinos unregistered. Almost half of that number being children under 14, belonging to vulnerable sectors of society, including indigenous and Muslim population groups. It is thus our sacred and foremost duty, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, to ensure that these millions gain a legal identity, despite the circumstances that make them unable to register. Papaala ko lang po, sa totoo lang, matagal nang may doable solution, maaari nating sa batas para matugunan ang usaping ito. This representation talks about legislating a comprehensive civil registration and vital statistics, or CRVS system. Such bill should holistically address the difficulties in birth registration and securing other vital information of the Philippine population. How? Instituting procedures that bring registration closer to the people, simplifying the procedures, and removing fees. The United Nations defines civil registration as the universal, continuous, permanent, and compulsory recording of vital events, provided through fee or regulation, following the legal requirements of each country. Records and documents important events in a person's life, including birth, marriage, divorce, adoption, and death, is a fundamental function of governments. Why is civil registration essential? First, it is the very passport that enables our citizens access fundamental rights and services. Rights and services that we valiantly fought to improve and provide funding for. Efficient and responsive civil registration means ensuring every person in the Philippines has a true legal identity. Among the civil registry documents, birth certificate is the most crucial document. because it serves as access to rights and services. A birth certificate is a prerequisite to most government services, such as Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, the 4Ps, scholarships, and healthcare services. A legal identity provides access to many essential services and protects from human trafficking, child abuse, and exploitation. A birth certificate provides proof of age, citizenship, family relationship, dependency status, legitimacy status, and so forth, in which a wide variety of rights depend, particularly regarding the exercise of civil functions, entitlement to family allowances, care of children, tax deductions, insurance benefits, education, property ownership, and inheritance. Second, civil registration aids the government, including us legislators, in planning how to improve the implementation of social protection systems with substantial coverage of the poor and vulnerable. Accurate birth and death registry in the Philippine population can lead to effective, responsive, and evidence-informed program planning. Serves as the basis for forecasts on requirements for food, housing, medical facilities, education, and other population needs. Ano po natin magagawang epektibo ang ating mga plano, ang ating mga pagbabudget, ang ating paglikha ng mga programs kung hindi buo at tugma ang bilang ng ating gobyerno, ating mga kababayan. Birth, marriage, and even death registration are essential, especially as we are still amidst a long-running pandemic where vital social services are needed the most. Birth, marriage, and death registration are essential. Legislating a comprehensive CRVS system is also in line with our international commitments. The Philippines is signatory to the 2014 Bangkok Ministerial Conference that aimed to improve the civil registration and vital statistics system. Under this ministerial conference, governments in Asia and the Pacific shared a vision that by 2024, all people in Asia and the Pacific will benefit from universal and responsive CRVS systems that facilitate realization of their rights and support good governance, health, and development. The improved CRVS system we envision also plays an essential role in achieving Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. One of the SDG targets is that by 2030, every child will have a legal identity. Note that more than one-third of the SDG indicators require CRVS system data. This will help end poverty and hunger, improve health and education, achieve gender equality, reduce other inequalities. The completeness of birth registration can enhance the implementation of social services with substantial coverage, poor and vulnerable. We still have a long way to go to achieve this SDG target, and an enabling law will help start the process of attaining universal birth registration. Despite recent advancement in the realm of CRVS connected to the National ID campaign, there remains essential areas that need to be addressed. Present, several pending bills aim to improve the CRVS system. One of the pending bills' provision is to establish barangay civil registration systems, or BCRS, scheme to facilitate extensive civil registration at the barangay level, involving all barangay officials assisting the local civil registrars in civil registration work. The pending bills also incorporate methods to improve our current civil registration procedures to ensure no Filipino is left behind. In the past session, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, comprehensive CRBS system bill was stuck in the legislative mill. This representation believes that we should not commit the same error. Challenge everyone on the floor to make the passage of the universal birth registration a priority. At responsibilidad po itong dapat nating maagap na tanganan. Maraming po salamat, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues.
Thank you, Congresswoman Chan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Maria Cynthia K. Chan to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privileged speech of Congresswoman Cynthia Chan be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the privilege hour, may we request that we acknowledge the guest of Honorable Elizalde S. Co. and Honorable Jill Bongalon of the Ako Bicol Party List. Their guest is Mr. Sidney Joseph Torrenueva. He is the sole Bicolano youth delegate in the APEC 2022 summit held in Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Speaker,
Welcome to the House of the People, to the guests of Honorable Raul Angelo de Bongalon. Palakpakan po natin. Welcome. Majority Leader.
And Mr. Speaker, may we request that we acknowledge the guests of Representative Leo R. Rodriguez. They are from the DRRM practitioners ng Islang Katandungan Incorporated. They are the following: Mr. Hener R. Torzar, Mr. Jerry B. Bayo, Mr. Andro P. Facundo, Ms. Michelle S. Magtangob, Ms. Joan Estrada, Mr. Noel B. Garcera Jr., Mr. David Villacorta, Mr. Neil Francine Tuibeo, Mr. Juan T. Bernal Jr., and Ms. Donabel Y. Tejada. Mr. Speaker.
The visitors from DRRM practitioners ng Islang Katandungan of Congressman Iloyo Leo Rodriguez. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Palakpakan po natin. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also acknowledge the guest of Congresswoman Jervil Jinky Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. They are the Honorable Councilor Angilito H. Abiera of the Municipality of Lobo, Batangas, Mr. Bernan G. Romero, Ms. Rosalinda P. Makatangay, Mr. Lito H. Abiera, Ms. Erlinda M. Mendoza, Mr. Leandro C. Comia, Mr. Apolonio V. Arguelles, Mrs. Delmar Magtibay, Mr. Miguelito Arguelles, Mr. Tomas G. Asi, Mr. Roderick Delica, Mr. Edmar Bautro, Mr. Russell Javier, Mr. Ernesto Di Cueto, Mrs. Felicissima Verdadero, Mr. Loreto B. Lopez, Mr. Chedoro Aguilar, Mr. Mario Delmo, Mr. Felix Lontok, Mr. Filermo F. Aldovino, Mr. Osmundo P. Gunay, and Mr. Manuelito G. Esguerra.
To the guests of Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas, Tambo sa gallery, welcome to the House of the People po. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the lady from Party List BHW, the Honorable Angelica Natasha Co, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Gentle Lady of PHW, Congresswoman Angelica Natasha Ko is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at sa akin pong mga kapwa mambabatas, iniaabot ko ang aking mainit at taus-pusong makabatang pagbati sa inyong lahat sa okasyon ng ating muling pagkakaisa upang isulong at itaguyod ang kapakanan ng mga mamamayang Pilipino, lalong-lalo na po ng ating mga kabataan. Alinsunod po sa Republic Act No. 10661, ipinagdiriwang natin ngayong Nobyembre ang ika-30 anibersaryo ng Buwan ng Mga Bata bilang pag-alala sa pagpapatibay ng Pilipinas sa United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, na nilagdaan po noong taong 1989 at pagkilala sa kahalagahan ng bawat bata sa ating lipunan. Having been a state party to the convention, the Philippines has the obligation to undertake all appropriate legislative, administrative, and other measures for the realization of children's rights in order to reach their fullest potential. Distinguished members and dear colleagues of this august chamber, we are going to embark on an important and challenging mission to promote and fulfill the 4 categories of child rights, also referred to as the 4 pillars, which are the right to survival, right to protection, right to development, and right to participation. The first basic right of the child is survival, which pertains to the inherent right to life, the right to be cared for, and the right to name and to a nationality. The government needs to safeguard these rights and provide basic services for the children to survive and thrive. This includes the provision of quality health care for their growth and development. Sa taon pong ito, ang tema ng ika-30 anibersaryo ng Buwan ng Mga Bata ay kalusugan, kaisipan at kapakanan ng bawat bata ating tutukan, na naglalayong bigyang diin ang kalusugang pangkaisipan ng mga bata sa gitna ng pandemya at ang pagbibigay ng sapat at kaukulang serbisyo para matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangang medikal. Ang temang ito ay sadyang angkop at napapanahon sapagkat hindi lingid sa kaalaman ng lahat na ang COVID-19 pandemic at ang imposisyon ng community quarantine sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa ay nagdulot ng matinding epekto sa mental health ng bawat mamamayan, lalo na po sa ating mga kabataan. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is that the children's mental health is profoundly affected by their surroundings and circumstances and their experiences with parents and caregivers, their friendships, dynamics, and how they generally play, learn, and grow. With its magnitude and severity, mental health had become a national concern. Ayon po sa State of the World's Children Report 2021, suicide is the 4th leading cause of death among 15 to 19-year-olds. Every year, almost 46,000 children between the ages of 10 and 19 end their own lives in 1 every 11 minutes. On another note, the Department of Health estimates that at least 3.6 million Filipinos are facing mental health issues such as depression, substance use disorders, mood disorders, among others. Samantala, ayon naman po sa datos ng National Center for Mental Health Crisis Hotline Report, 9.7% of the overall number of calls that they received were suicide-related. 251 were minors in distress due to feelings of sadness, anxiety, stress, bullying, family problems, and academic concerns. Despite these alarming statistics, quite a number of cases remain underreported, if not reported, due to the stigma and taboo that adversely affect efforts on help-seeking and reporting of mental health problems. Other evident causes of concern are the lack of and limited health facilities and human resources for mental health, deficiency of children-centered interventions and responses, substantial gap between the demand for health services and available supply, Few people, especially from the far-flung areas or the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, or what we call the GIDA areas, have access to quality mental health support and services. And underinvestment in mental health campaign or promotion, prevention, and care. Undoubtedly, access to quality, affordable, and equitable mental health services for every Filipino child remains a goal to be fully attained. The COVID-19 pandemic only proved two significant points. First is that mental health should be stressed and made crux of health emergency response plans. And second is that a state's investment in mental health should be our way forward. My dear colleagues, we should not lose sight of the fact that there is no health without mental health. With all the pandemic-induced conundrums, it is indeed high time to invest in mental health by streamlining the mental health services across health programs. With the foregoing data, I urge you, my dear colleagues, to give your undivided attention to the plight of the children, as well as file and support bills that seeks to strengthen the general welfare and best interests of the children in all settings. The second basic right of the child is right to protection from all forms of violence, injury or abuse, neglect, exploitation, including sexual abuse, cruelty, and other conditions prejudicial to their development. This category of rights covers the children's right to participate their religious beliefs and culture freely without hindrance and intervention, and be protected from child labor, harmful substances and drugs, trafficking, smuggling, kidnapping, abuse and exploitation, and other forms that adversely and negatively impact their worth and dignity. My dear colleagues, please take note of this urgent matter that requires your immediate attention. This pertains to the children in need of special protection that refer to all persons below 18 years of age, or those 18 years old and over, but are unable to take care of themselves because of physical or mental disability condition. And those are victims of abuse, neglect, exploitation, cruelty, discrimination, and violence that include armed conflict, domestic violence, and other analogous conditions prejudicial to their development. According to the DSWD, there are about 59,040 reported cases of CNSP. Meanwhile, according to the Philippine National Baseline Study on Violence Against Children, 80% of Filipino children had experienced some form of violence in their lifetime, whether in home, school, workplace, community, or even during dating. 1 out of 5 children suffer from sexual abuse at home. 2 out of 5 children experience bullying from peers. 3 out of 5 children go through some form of psychological abuse. 4 out of 5 children grow up seeing some form of physical violence at home. 5 out of 10 children are victims of cyber violence. 6 out of 10 children are physically and psychologically abused. 7 out of 10 children don't have access to local protection services in their community. From 2018 to 2020, the Philippine National Police recorded a total of 72,373 victims of abuse and violence against children. Cases include online sexual violence and exploitation, child sexual abuse in and outside the home, domestic violence, abandonment, abduction, child labor, and corporal punishment. My dear colleagues, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and regional committees, commitments such as the ASEAN Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Violence Against Children, enshrine the national government commitments to protect children from all forms of violence. I must insist in strengthening existing laws and crafting new ones that will, in perpetuity, forbid and prevent all forms of violence against children. The third basic right of the child is the right to development, which covers the right to proper education, a decent standard of living, needed for the children's physical, mental, spiritual, moral, and social development. According to recent data from the Department of Education, there are 28,033,530 learners nationwide, including alternative learning systems, or ALS learners. Learners from elementary school recorded the highest share in enrollment, while learners from the ALS during school year 2020 to 2021 decreased further, but increased during school year 2021 to 2022. The decline in the enrollment during the pandemic was attributed to the lack of access to education because learners did not have laptops and gadgets to utilize for online learning, financial incapacity to purchase gadgets for distance learning, and absence of internet connectivity or signal, especially in remote areas, among other challenges. My dear colleagues, may we continue to take all possible steps to strengthen laws, ensure that the education system is truly inclusive, and most importantly, uphold, promote, and safeguard the right of every Filipino learner to quality education. The fourth and final right of the child is the right to participation. Article 12 of the UNCRC assures that every child has the opportunity to exercise the right to participate and be heard in all decisions and matters affecting them. These decisions include legislation and enactment of laws for the welfare and best interests of children. As citizens, Filipino children should be given the opportunity to participate in discussion on how these decisions are made. This representation, as the chairperson of the Committee on Welfare of Children, urges everyone to commit to the role of ensuring child inclusivity and participation by empowering children to speak for themselves and for what they believe in. As far as practicable, or if our agenda so requires, and in compliance with the House rules, may we consider inclusivity and full participation of the children's sector in our meetings so as not to exclude them from the deliberations on legislative measures that greatly affect them. Let us all listen to their grievances, address their concerns, and take part in the solution. Likewise, may we establish inclusive child-friendly mechanisms and opportunities for children's participation in the legislative process and in monitoring and oversight of laws. May we also include specific provisions in our bills that support children's participation on matters concerning them. Distinguished members, dear colleagues of this August Chamber, may this year's commemoration of the 30th National Children's Month serve as our eye-opener of the current situation of the Filipino children. The children are the most marginalized sector in our society. They deserve our utmost care, support, and respect. As such, it is about time that we translate into law our commitment to promote and protect children's rights as embodied in the 1987 Philippine Constitution, the UNCRC, and other domestic and international legal instruments. I call on you, my colleagues, to support measures that seek to ensure that every child will have the best possible start in life. Every child will receive a good quality of life, and every child will have the opportunity to grow and develop into his and her full potential so that he or she may later on contribute to society in more meaningful ways. Without further ado, let us now pursue the theme, Kalusugan, Kaisipan at Kapakanan ng Bawat Bata, alinsunod sa ating panatang makabata, na bilang mamamayan ay kinikilala natin ang kahalagahan ng mga bata sa lipunan. At dahil dito ay nangangako tayong isulong, protektahan, igalang at pangalagaan ang karapatan ng bawat bata. Anuman ang kanyang kulay, kasarian, lahi, relihiyon, kultura, estado sa buhay, may kapansanan man o wala. May the best interests of the Filipino children be the paramount consideration in all actions concerning them. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Isang masaya at makabuluhang buwan ng mga bata sa inyong lahat.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Ko, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Angelica Natasha Co to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
The speech of Congresswoman Angelica Natasha Co be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Your Honor, before we continue with the privilege hour, I would like to respectfully request that we acknowledge the visitors of Honorable Congressman Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez and Congressman Bonifacio Busita of One Rider Party List. Sangguniang Panglungsod, San Jose City, Nueva Ecija, Honorable Luz L. Naboye, Committee on Chairman on Culture and Indigenous People. Also, Honorable Dr. Susan B. Corpus of the Committee Chairman on Health. Honorable Edgardo F. Agliam, Committee Chairman on Land, Transportation, and Senior Citizen. Mr. Resty V. Nonan, Indigenous People Mandatory Representative and Executive Secretary. Mr. Edwin Pagarian, IPMR staff. We'd like also to acknowledge the presence of Attorney Carl D. Kamatmu, Legal Officer, National Commission for Indigenous People, NCIP Region 3. Also, Dr. Imad Amar, Consul of the United Nations, IGO of Peace and Goodwill, founder of Hunger No More Foundation, Vice President, spokesperson of Foreign National Keepers Network. Also, Catherine Nokum, owner BFG Blessings from God, member Advisory Council, Manila Police District. And Raymond Madrinco and Party, founder GV Rider Group, the Strikers, Maharlika Eagle Club, and Eastern Luzon Region 1. I so move, Your Honor.
To the guests of Representatives Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez and Bonifacio Lucky Busita of One Rider Party List. Pakitayo po kayo, pwede. To the guests of our fellow congressmen, andyan po sila. Palakpakan po natin. Welcome to the House of the People. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez of the 2nd District of Laguna for her privileged speech.
Congresswoman Ruth Mariano Hernandez of 2nd District Laguna is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. And of course, to our distinguished colleagues, magandang hapon. My cordial greetings on the celebration of National Children's Month. The observance of the National Children's Month is an opportune time to amplify the discussion on the developments as well as the challenges in fulfilling our common goal of advancing the rights of children. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I rise on a collective privilege to spotlight the issue of adolescent pregnancy and contribute to the call for no more children having children. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, adolescent pregnancy remains among the most serious concerns with majority of Filipinos, referring to it as the most important problem for Filipino women today. As revealed in a 2020 survey of the social weather stations. A 2019 Save the Children Childhood Report cites that adolescent pregnancy affects 5.99% of Filipino girls, which is the second highest rate in Southeast Asia and still increasing. According to the 2022 National Demographic and Health Survey, 5% of Filipino women aged 15 to 19 began childbearing. While this is an improvement from 9% in 2017, it is important to take note that according to civil registry data, pregnancy among girls 10 to 14 years old is increasing. The number of births among very young adolescents or girls aged 10 to 14 is likewise troubling. In 2019, there were 2,411 births among very young adolescents. This figure doubled in just over a decade, from 1,116 births in 2008. These children are not even officially considered women of reproductive age. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I emphasized that early and unintended pregnancy has lifelong serious consequences and adds to intergenerational costs that reduce not only the girl or a woman's quality of life, but even their child and the family's quality of life. In terms of promoting the rights of children and the youth in general, the Constitution provides in Article 2, Section 13, that the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. It shall inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism and encourage their involvement in public and civic affairs. At the global level, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child grants the basic human rights that children everywhere have the right to survival, to develop, to protection from any form of harm, abuse, and exploitation, and the right to fully participate. Similarly, the 1995 Beijing Platform for Action on the Girl Child further cemented the rights of the girl child by underscoring the importance of tackling discrimination against women at the earliest stage of their lives. With the alarming cases of adolescent pregnancy at the domestic level, Executive Order Number 141, Series of 2021, mandates government agencies to respond to the situation as an urgent national priority. Executive Order 141 cites that the state acknowledges that what causes teen pregnancy is engendered patterns of discrimination, deep-seated norms, and attitudes that normalize and justify violence against women and children. The lack of information and education, and the vulnerability and exclusion of women and children living in remote and rural areas. The state also recognizes that it must carefully coordinate, rationalize, monitor, and assess the efforts of concerned government agencies in reducing the number of young girls giving birth. Given the national and international policies, it is unfortunate to know that early and unintended pregnancy continues to be a concern for Filipino children, particularly girls aged 10 to 14 years old. It is without doubt that women and girls who experience unintended pregnancies direly endure its consequences. When a girl gets pregnant, her life changes drastically. Early pregnancy has serious repercussions that affects a girl's emotional, physical, and mental health, her education, development, chances for a bright future, and even her social and economic participation. If we look beneath the surface of these consequences, we will realize that the impacts are greater than we imagine. Adolescent pregnancy also has far-reaching ramifications to families, communities, and nations. While we acknowledge the recent progress seen through the decreasing trend in registered births in the country, we must remember the challenges that remain and the work ahead of us in curbing adolescent pregnancy. Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues, in addressing the root cause of unwanted adolescent pregnancies, we must intensify our institutions towards eliminating sexual violence, abuse, and gender-based discrimination. Our youth social development program should also provide knowledge to avoid high-risk behaviors such as early sexual activity. We exigently need a comprehensive adolescent pregnancy prevention program, including early intervention mechanisms and a complementary information education campaign that is nationwide, truly inclusive, and focused on the issue. To lead this undertaking, policy-making and implementing bodies would also be necessarily created, which would require collaboration among public agencies at different levels and partnerships with civil society organizations. As legislators, one of the concrete efforts we must take in this 19th Congress is to act on the adolescent pregnancy prevention bills with high urgency. We need a law focused on addressing adolescent pregnancies that will devote programs and resources and institutionalize social protection for adolescent parents. Should we embrace these tasks ahead of us, it would create an enabling environment where girls and young women would thrive, live a dignified life, and fully attain their rights. The time is more than ripe for the Congress to propel a future of no more children having children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hernandez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez of the 2nd District of Laguna to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Congresswoman Ruth Mariano Hernandez be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Irene Gay Saulog of Party List Kalinga for her privileged speech.
Representative Irene Gay Saulog of Party List Kalinga is now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. First of all, let me greet everyone, especially the children who are here today, a happy, happy National Children's Month. I would like to acknowledge the presence of all the member organizations of the Child Rights Network who are here today and working tirelessly together with the Committee on the Welfare of the Children in organizing our week-long celebration of the National Children's Month celebration, isang mapagkalingang hapon po sa ating lahat. As a member of the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development, PLCPD, a non-government organization advocating for human development legislation, and together with my fellow member legislators, we are committed to ensuring that all Filipinos are enjoying the quality of life we all deserve. This goes especially for children who most need the state's care and protection. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this Children's Month is not just a celebration, but a reminder to all of us that in everything that we are doing in this House and every bill that we seek to pass, we must always consider the welfare of the children and protection of its rights. We are bound to protect these children and their future and ensure that they're living in an environment that is conducive to their growth and development. Therefore, I am here today to talk about the very alarming issue that confronts our Filipino children: the prevalence of tobacco use, exposure to secondhand smoke, and its harmful effects on our children. Under the CRC, the survival rights of children focus on their right to life and their basic needs. Being a signatory of this convention, the Philippines is committed to ensuring that every child realizes their right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health. Hence, we must prioritize the health of Filipino children and protect them from the harmful effects of being exposed to tobacco smoke. This has been fortified by the state's commitment to the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and our Constitution, which also reminds us that one of our priorities and responsibilities is to protect and promote the health of children to reach their full potential through legislation. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, millions of lives have been lost, and it has cost the government billions of pesos to alleviate its devastating effects. It has been established that smoking and secondhand smoke are among the most critical risk factors for the worst progression of COVID-19 to the person because it weakens the person's immune system and lungs drastically. The World Health Organization stated that over 700 million children in the world breathe air that is corrupted by tobacco smoke or secondhand smoke directly. Mr. Speaker, it is in this context that I would like to present you the data on the burden of tobacco in the Philippines and how it affects Filipino children and youth. The 2019 Global Youth Tobacco Survey reveals that almost 12.5% of Filipino students ages 13 to 15 use tobacco. In the same survey, it is said that 29.3% of them are exposed to secondhand smoke. Each year, total deaths related to secondhand smoke would account for a total of 71,850 deaths, and that is 196.8 deaths per day. The government has also incurred almost 858 million, or almost 49 trillion pesos in today's exchange in tobacco-related treatment costs each year. According to the article of the Union, this is different from the 68,387 cumulative deaths even since the COVID-19 pandemic hit the country and billions of pesos in treatment costs. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, may I remind you that there are the children we vowed to protect when we signed the UNCRC and WHO FCTC. These are the children and youth whom our very Constitution recognizes as having an indispensable role in nation building. They are part of the hope of our nation that is deprived of their right to a healthy and conducive environment. Today, the Philippines is slowly recovering from the disastrous effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. At the last UN General Assembly, the state committed to its fellow members that the Philippines will fast-track its recovery from the deadly pandemic. Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, if we are truly committed to recovering from the grueling effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, we must also commit ourselves to protect the health of every Filipino, especially the children, from the harmful effects of tobacco and exposure to secondhand smoke. Now that we are slowly transitioning towards recovery, with more and more people going back to work on site and students attending face-to-face classes, I firmly believe that in order to address this issue, we must prevent Filipino non-smokers, especially children, from being exposed to secondhand smoke without affecting the sector that depends on it. With this, I am urging the House of Representatives to heed the people's call to expand smoke-free public and workplaces to protect those who do not smoke. These public places and workplaces include, but not limited to, number 1, centers of youth such as playgrounds, schools and universities, youth hostel and recreational facilities. Number 2, elevators and stairwells. Number 3, within building premises of public and private hospitals and clinics. Number 4, public conveyances including terminals and public facilities. Number 5, food preparation areas. Number 6, government offices. And last but not the least, other public places that may be deemed smoke-free by our local government units. In closing, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, together with our allies and organizations that are present here, we must strive to protect every child's right to health and the right of a healthy environment. In this year's National Children's Month, our theme is empowering children. It has been more than 33 years since we adopted, and we commit ourselves that every Filipino child will be empowered to fully exercise their rights. As a lawmaker and as one of the principal authors of Smoke-Free Environment Bill, I believe that it is our duty to ensure that children's health and development should always be at the heart of every law and every policy that we make to help them reach their full potential as productive members of our society. Please let us continue to protect our children because they are the hope of our nation. Again, happy National Children's Month, and thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congresswoman Saulog. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Irene Gay Saulog of Party List Kalinga to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Congresswoman Irene Gay Saulog be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene D. Brosas of Party List Gabriela for her privileged speech.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas of Party List Gabriela is now recognized.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Ito po ay pribilehiyong talumpati para sa Buwan ng Mga Bata 2022. Magandang hapon. Nais kong batiin ang bawat isa sa atin, lalo na ang mga child rights defenders and organizations ng Happy World Children's Day. Malapit po sa aking puso ang advokasiyang ito dahil bago ako maging kinatawan dito sa loob ng Kongreso, matagal po akong naging advocate ng karapatan at kagalingan ng mga bata. Naging executive director tayo ng AKAP sa Bata ng mga Guro Kalinga, isang nationwide network ng volunteer daycare teachers. Tayo rin ay nanguna sa Anti-Child Pornography Alliance Formation at convener at spokesperson ng Save Nena campaign para sa pagwawakas ng pang-aabuso at prostitusyon sa mga bata. In quote, tinig ay pagbuklurin, tumindig tungo sa magandang kinabukasan ng batang Pilipino. Ito ang panawagan ng mga bata sa buwan ng mga bata ngayong Nobyembre at bilang pakikiisa sa paggunita ng World Children's Day nitong November 20. Ito rin ang araw ng anibersaryo kung kailan sabay na pinagtibay ng UN General Assembly ang deklarasyon at ang konbensyon para sa children's rights. Para sa taong 2022, ang World Children's Day ay may pandaigdigang tema na inclusion for every child. Bawat bata ay kasama. Dapat kasama ang bawat bata. Hindi lang bilang participants o beneficiaries ng mga programa, kundi maging sa puso ng pagpaplano at pagsasabatas. Nararapat na may boses mismo ang mga bata. At the heart of law and policy making must be the rights and interests of children. They have the right to participate and they should have a say in all matters relating to them. Kabilang ito sa mga karapatan ng mga bata na pinagtibay ng Convention on the Rights of the Child noong 1989. Bilang state party sa nasabing konbensyon, dapat tumalima sa mga obligasyong nakasaad dito ang pamahalaan ng Pilipinas. Children's voice matters. Children's voice counts. Sa kabila ng patong-patong na kahirapan at krisis, nasaksihan natin ang lakas ng pagkakaisa ng mga bata, kasama ang mga child rights defenders at advocates sa buong bansa. Mula sa laban para sa climate justice, sa ganap na pagsasabatas ng pagbabawal sa child marriage, pagtataas ng age of sexual consent, gayon din sa anti-online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, hanggang sa pagtutol sa mandatory ROTC at pagbaba ng minimum age of criminal responsibility. Tinatayang umaabot na sa 31.17 million ang bilang ng mga bata na nasa edad 5 hanggang 17 ayon sa Philippine Statistics Authority or PSA. Ito ay nasa 30% na ng ating buong populasyon. Kaya ito rin ay sumasalamin sa kabuuang kalagayan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Hindi rin maitatanggi ang laki ng potensyal nito sa pagtutulak ng mga hakbang na tunay na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng tao, lalo na ng kalakhan ng higit pang nahihirapan o naghihirap at nawawalan ng trabaho at kabuhayan sa gitna ng pandemya. Kaugnay nito, binigyang diin sa ulat ng UNICEF na Prospects for Children in 2022, a Global Outlook, ang pagpapatuloy ng paglaban sa COVID-19 na dapat ibsan hindi lamang ang pagpigil sa pagkalat ng virus, kundi maging ang epekto nito sa lipunan at mamamayan, lalo na sa mga bata. Sabi nga sa inilunsad na webinar ng mga children's groups at children serving organizations nitong nakaraang linggo, affected na ang mga bagets. Ang mga pangunahing issue na tinalakay ay kaugnay ng edukasyon, kalusugan, ekonomiya at karapatang pantao. Una, sa edukasyon, ang matagal ng panawagan para sa ligtas na balik-eskwela, pagresolba sa matinding learning losses, at pagtugon sa lumalalang krisis sa edukasyon. Malayong-malayo sa kinakailangan ang pondo para tiyakin ang mabuting kalusugan ng mga learners, teachers, at mga kawani sa muling paglulunsad ng mga face-to-face classes. Kulang na kulang ang mga education assistants, kaya kinakailangang dagdagan ang mga student at teacher's aid. Sang-ayon sa batas, dapat isaayos at ipatupad ng mahigpit ang Safe Spaces Act at iba pang kaugnay na hakbang laban sa sexual harassment at abuso sa mga educational institutions. Sa aspeto ng kalusugan, dapat lamang ang paniningil sa pagpapabaya at patuloy na underfunding sa sektor ng kalusugan, lalo na sa mental health care at adolescent healthcare services. Mga bata, mga girl defenders rin ang nasa unahan ng panawagan para sa pagtutulak ng panukala para sa prevention of adolescent pregnancy. Kasama sila sa panawagang palakasin ang kakayahan at kapasidad ng buong public healthcare system at siguraduhin ang kapakanan at proteksyon ng mga healthcare workers. Pagdating sa ekonomiya, apektado rin ang mga bata ng mga nagtataasang presyo ng pangunahing bilihin, kasabay ng laganap na kawalan ng trabaho at kakulangan ng nakabubuhay na sahod. Hindi sapat ang baon at arawang gastusin para sa pagkain. Tinatayang 9.8 million ang out-of-school youth ngayong taon, base sa 2023 budget deliberation ng DepEd. Umabot na rin sa 827,000 bata ang nasa child labor, batay sa PSA. Ayon rin sa ahensya, 23.9% o 9.3 million na mga bata ang mahihirap, samantalang nasa 8.1% ang food poor. Dahil sa undernutrition, iniulat ng UNICEF na tinatayang nasa 224 billion kada taon ang nawawala sa Pilipinas. Dagdag pa ito sa laki ng pinsala ng mas malalakas na bagyo at matinding pagbaha na nagdudulot ng displacement na naglalagay sa maraming bata at kababaihan sa mas mataas na risk ng abuso. Nananatili na malaki ang pangangailangan para sa ayuda, mga hakbang tulad ng pagtatanggal ng 12% VAT sa sugar at basic goods at sa seryosong aksyon pangklima kasabay ng pagbangon ng ekonomiya. Nitong mga nakaraan din ay umingay ang mga balita tungkol sa pagkawala ng mga babaeng menor de edad na kalaunay natagpuan na lamang na walang buhay at may mga ebidensya ng panggagahasa. Talamak din ngayon ang pagkalat ng mga child sexual abuse and exploitation materials. Exploitation materials sa iba't ibang social media platforms. Ayon nga sa isang pag-aaral na ginawa ng UNICEF, ECPAT at Interpol, noong 2021, tinatayang 2 milyong batang Pilipino ang biktima ng online sexual abuse and exploitation. Kaya sa pagdating ng United Nations Special Rapporteur, maaari na ang sale and sexual exploitation of children ay dapat maipakita kung ano ang naganap dito at ang tunay na kalagayan ng mga bata na nasasadlak sa OSAIC. Sa usapin naman ng karapatang pantao, biktima rin ang mga bata ng papatinding karahasan ng Estado. Nitong Enero 2022, si Belle, hindi tunay na pangalan, 15-year-old, ay nagsalita laban sa illegal detention, interrogation, torture, at rape na naranasan niya mula sa 59th Infantry Battalion at CAFGU sa Quezon Province. Ngayong Hulyo, pinatay ng 59th Infantry Battalion si Kailin Casaw, 9 na taong gulang na bata mula sa Batangas. Ilan lamang ito sa mga kaso ng pandarahas at militarisasyon na nararanasan ng mga bata. Kaya naman, kailangang palakasin ang panawagan para sa justice at accountability sa mga biktima ng human rights violations ng mga nagdaan at kasalukuyang rehimen. Kasama na rito ang mga pinatay sa ilalim ng madugong war on drugs. Ang malaya, demokratiko at inklusibong partisipasyon ng tao, kabilang na ang mga bata sa pagtataguyod ng pantay na karapatan para sa lahat, ay mahalagang sangkap sa pagkamit ng hustisya at pananagutan para sa lahat ng biktima ng terorismo ng Estado. Ang panunupil, red tagging, pagpapakulong at pamamaslang sa mga human rights defenders at activists ay walang lugar sa ating lipunan at sa pinapangarap na mas magandang bukas ng mga bata. Deserve nila ang isang tunay na malaya, may katarungan at masaganang Pilipinas. At ready o handang-handa na ang mga kababaihan at bayan na patuloy na kumilos kasama nila para makamit ito para sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Nais kong matapos sa napapanahong mensahe ng Salinlahi Alliance of Children's Concerns ukol sa karapatan sa partisipasyon ng mga bata mula sa mga bata at para sa mga batang Pilipino. Bata, hindi ka lamang bata. Karapatan mong maipahayag ang iyong hinaing at mabigyang boses sa isyong panlipunan na sama-sama nating pinaglalaban. Hindi lamang nagtatapos sa pagiging bata ang iyong tungkulin, dahil karapatan mo ring magkaroon ng kaalaman at pananaw sa mga problema at issue na apektado ka. Ikaw ay may halaga at may pinakamalakas na tinig na makakapagsabi na ikaw ay hindi lamang bata. Mabuhay ang mga batang tumitindig para sa karapatan, inclusion for every child. Muli, pagbati sa lahat ng rights defenders at advocates. Happy World Children's Day. Maraming salamat po.
Happy World Children's Day, Congresswoman. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue, I move that we extend the privilege hour for 30 minutes.
We'll extend the privilege hour for 30 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Maria Rene Ann Lourdes G. Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna for her manifestation.
Congresswoman Ann Matibag of Laguna is recognized for your manifestations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my esteemed colleagues in the House of Representatives, our guests, especially the children who are here with us, a pleasant afternoon to all of you. As a Lagunanay, I am known among my constituents in the 1st District of Laguna, the city of San Pedro. I hold dear the rights and welfare of children, not just in our district, but to our country and the world. As such, I would like to make a manifestation to express my support to our chairperson in the Committee on the Welfare of Children, Congresswoman Angelica Natasha Co, and all of our colleagues in the committee for the celebration of this year's National Children's Month, commemorating the 33rd anniversary of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. In our humble district, I took the mantle to become Lagunanay, Nanay na taga Laguna, a name that I wear with pride 24/7. Hence, I deem the celebration with great importance as it puts our children at the front and center. It makes the topic of children's welfare viral. Virality has never become this powerful with the advent of the digital age. During our younger days, I remember one of the most viral photos taken still struck me to this day. It was the famous photo of an African child that was lying on the dirt ground, malnourished and almost on her last breath. Near to it was a vulture waiting for the inevitable. The picture, entitled The Struggling Girl, was first published in the New York Times. It immediately garnered an international attention, child mortality in Africa. That simple photo paved the way for billions of donations to Nigeria to help solve their problem on malnourishment and child development. It proved the power of a message that can bring people together to solve a problem. But now, in the digital age, content availability has become ubiquitous. Becoming viral has become easier than ever. However, the potential impact of content that matters has noticeably diminished to the public. What was once a photo that captured the hearts of millions of people worldwide in the current times would immediately be replaced by something else in a matter of hours, sometimes a matter of minutes. How about those children that are still suffering from malnourishment, not in Africa, but here in our country? Can their photo still become viral? can their message still resonate to the rest of the Filipinos? This is the truth of our society. And as Andy Warhol predicted, in the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes. In an era of reality of TV and YouTube, it appears that this prediction has come true. We have drastically improved the welfare of our children in our country. However, there are concerns that need to be addressed. Per nutrition, mental health issues, and most of all, the concerning issue that I must bring light to everyone is uncovering of sexual abuses that our children experience. The influence that we have and the platform that is right on our hands can become great wonders to our constituents. What's more amazing is how easy we can create it. Yet many of us are struggling to see the expected response from our audience. You see, there is one thing that will determine on whether we can ignite people with causes we are promoting. The challenge is not whether the Filipinos will listen. The real challenge is whether we are genuinely concerned on the issues we raise. Authenticity has become the ultimate decider on whether an influencer like us can influence people. Instead of being reactive to posts from citizens, we can be proactive by publishing what have we done and what's our goal on a given period. Instead of partnering with foundation behind closed doors, share the news online and help extend their digital reach. Instead of my day, how about post my plan? And as I speak of this matter with full sense of urgency, I am appealing to everyone to use this opportunity judiciously to become positive influencers. Spread the word on the children's programs and let's make it viral. Through it, we can give assurance to our people that the government is ready to support child development of every Filipino. In this light, Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, I would like to manifest my warm love as a nanay and my full support as a legislator, not just for the celebration of National Children's Month, but for any and all efforts in our August Chamber to protect the rights of our children as enumerated in the treaty and our laws, and to oversee the faithful implementation of these efforts by our government agencies. Bilang isang lagunanay na may 3 anak, ramdam ko ang pangangailangan ng pagkalinga ng ating kabataan. Bilang mga mambabatas, sama-sama nating payabungin ang kanilang kasalukuyang estado sa tulong ng mga batas at programa na ating isusulong. Darating din ang araw na sila'y aani ng ating mga itinanim. Nang sa gayon, maibigay natin sa kanila ang magandang bukas. Maraming salamat po. Diyos ti agngina kada kayo. Amen, Apo.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ann Matibag, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize Representative Maria Alana Samantha T. Santos of the 3rd District of North Cotabato for her manifestation via Zoom.
The Congresswoman from Congresswoman Alana Santos via Zoom is now recognized. Congresswoman Santos, please proceed po if you are on Zoom na. Majority Leader, you want to?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the previous motion be withdrawn.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mitch Kahayon Uy of the 2nd District of Caloocan City for her manifestation.
Congresswoman Mitz Kahayon is now recognized for your manifestation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And this is just a very short manifestation. Isang makabangtang araw sa ating lahat. This representation would just like to express a manifestation in support of the celebration of the National Children's Month 2022, led by the Council for the Welfare of Children of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and the National Youth Commission. And of course, I'd like to congratulate the committee, the House Committee on Children, led by Congresswoman Natasha Ko, for her actively participating on all the activities on the celebration of this our Children's Month. Despite the disruption in the lives of our children due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is crucial that we push for the agenda of our children, especially into the heart of the laws and policies that we are crafting here in Congress. We have already achieved significant strides in the protection and promotion of their rights, but there are a lot more to be done if we are to achieve our vision of a child-friendly and child-sensitive society. It is crucial to address significant issues of our children, such as mental and psychological health, online sexual abuse and exploitation, child labor, and armed conflict situation. We should strive to create a safe, nurturing, and protective environment for the full realization of their rights. Rest assured that this representation, as the former head and executive director of the Council for the Welfare of Children for 5 years, almost 5 years, a child rights advocate, a woman and mother, stands for and with and by our Filipino children. So again, this representation is humbly supporting all the speeches of our colleagues that they contributed and they give support to our children. Again, isang makabatang araw at congratulations, mabuhay ang mga batang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, Congresswoman Ann Matibag and Congresswoman Mitz Kahayon, your manifestation are fully noted. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Arlene Brosas be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The privileged speech of Congresswoman Arlene Brosas be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the Majority Leader.
Yes, Senior Minority Leader. What's the pleasure of the Senior Minority Leader?
May I be recognized just for a very short manifestation?
Majority Leader, can you please...
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Dasa for his manifestation.
The Senior Minority Leader, Paul Dasa, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate the Committee on Welfare of Children, Chair Nika Ko, and the other colleagues who spoke up regarding the celebration of Children's Month for November. In fact, my colleagues may remember that the Philippines, in 1989, adopted the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Children in 1989. So I just wanted to congratulate them and encourage my colleagues to actively participate in the many bills that's been filed in the House that deals with health care, especially on children, how it affects children, on other similar bills that, that essentially addresses family issues and protection of rights of children. So I wanted to convey my support to the chair and to the committee and to my colleagues on their speaking up regarding Children's Month this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So your manifestation is also noted, Senior Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Marisa Delmar P. Magsino of Party List OFW for her privilege speech.
Representative Marisa Delmar P. Magsino of OFW Party List. You are now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, a pleasant afternoon. Leadership is not a privilege. It is a duty, a commitment, and a responsibility. And the load is not light to carry, as others may seem to think. This much I have to learn even at this early stage of my term as a neophyte legislator. It is my pride and honor to be the only legislator representing the overseas Filipino workers in the 19th Congress. But with it goes the extraordinary challenge of protecting the rights and promoting the welfare of an equally unique sector, a sui generis, if you will. Our OFWs as a sector comprise a global constituency. Their presence goes beyond our borders, and many of the employment-related problems they encounter touch on interjurisdictional and diplomatic matters, a resultant fact of working in foreign host countries. This predicament sets them apart from the rest of our labor force. Dahil sa ganitong katangi-tanging sitwasyon ng ating mga mahal na OFWs, mahalaga sa akin bilang kanilang kinatawan sa Kongreso na personal ko silang makita, makaugnayan sa mga bansang kanilang pinagtatrabahuhan. Marinig ang mga hinaing at suliraning nararanasan at maipadama ang ating pagpapahalaga para sa kanilang kapakanan. Hindi po natin kailangan hintayin pa ang kanilang pag-uwi sa bansa para lamang sila ay makausap. Tayo mismo ang maglalakbay patungo sa mga bansang kanilang kinalalagyan upang sila ay makapulong natin. But most importantly, as a legislator, seeing firsthand how they are faring in their host countries and to personally listen to their sentiments and suggestions, provide us the information we need to bridge the gaps between our existing policies on overseas employment and their actual implementation. Present us the justifications of filing remedial legislations or recommend executive actions if needed. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, this is the context and the rationale of my first visit to our host country, Indonesia, last October 15 to 20, where I held policy dialogues with OFWs and concerned officials of the Indonesian government, as well as with the embassy officials in Jakarta. Allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to our House leadership through our Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, for the support extended to me in this particular endeavor. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, the Philippine Embassy in Indonesia reported to Congress stated that as of December 2021, there are a total of 6,726 overseas Filipino workers and overseas Filipinos in Indonesia. Tanging skilled workers or professionals po ang pinapayagang magtrabaho sa Indonesia mula sa ibang bansa. Mahigpit at mataas din ang rekwisitos ng Indonesia patungkol sa kasanayan at kwalifikasyon bago pahintulutang makapagtrabaho ang isang banyaga sa kanilang bansa. Ito din po ay patunay ng kakayahan ng mga Pilipino na pasok sa mahigpit na standards ng Indonesia at highly in demand pa. Our documented OFWs in Indonesia are skilled workers and employed as doctors, educators, investors, lawyers, engineers, technical staffs, and consultants. Our Filipino professionals are engaged by top Indonesian companies and multinational corporations and are continuously sought after for hiring due to their recognized competency and caliber. Significantly, the bulk of Filipino educators in Indonesia occupy mid to top level management as professors, principals, deans of various schools and universities. However, they deem our current systems and processes as too complicated and restrictive for the employers in Indonesia to hire more Filipinos despite their desire to do so in cognizance of the competence of our OFWs, particularly our educators. In summary, we have conducted 3 rounds of policy dialogues with our OFWs and OFs and a courtesy call on the Indonesian Minister of Law and Human Rights, Minister Yasona Lauli, who also oversees the Immigration Bureau of Indonesia. The general sentiment expressed by our OFWs and OFs in Indonesia is the difficulty of the systems and processes on recruitment, deployment, and return of our OFWs. They want to abide by the government regulations, but the processes are redundant, expensive, complicated, that is utterly discouraging to comply, and worse, they are forced to circumvent the process. An intertwined sentiment is that they feel that they are treated as second-class citizens by the system and government frontliners. Ang mga sistema po at patakarang kasalukuyang ipinatutupad ng ating pamahalaan ay hindi lamang komplikado at humihingi ng napakaraming rekisitos kung hindi nagdudulot din po ng napakalaking gastusin. Ang ganito pong sistema at kung paano ito ipatutupad ay lumilikha po ng sugat sa damdamin ng ating mga OFWs sapagkat sariling gobyerno at patakaran natin ang nagiging sanhi po ng perwisyo. Dama nila ito sa pabalik-balik sa mga tanggapan ng mga ahensya natin. Matagal na pagpila, kadalasan po sa init ng araw, kumakain ng kahit na alanganing oras, paulit-ulit at paikot-ikot na diskusyon sa mga kawani ng mga ahensya sa iba't ibang polisiya o dagdag na requirements na nauuwi na naman po sa karagdagang gastos at sa kanilang pagbabalik at pakikipagsapalaran sa ahensya sa mga susunod pa pong araw. Ang pinakamasaklap, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, ay minsan na pagsasaraduhan na po sila ng oportunidad ng foreign employment dahil hindi po matapos ang mga requirements mula sa ating pamahalaan. Partikular na po ang Overseas Employment Certificate or OEC. Di kaya'y hindi makakalipad pagkatapos ng lahat ng hirap at gastos dahil sila'y biglang na-offload po sa airport. Ang sentimiento po ay tinuturing silang second-class citizens ng mga opisyal natin at tauhan ng ating pamahalaan. Ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, himayin po natin ang problemang kanilang ipinaparating sa atin upang mabigyan ng suhestyon ng ating mga OFWs sa Indonesia hinggil sa mga bagay na ito. What came out repeatedly of the dialogues is the concern on the Overseas Employment Certificate. Our OFWs are pushing for the removal of OEC as a pre-departure requirement or at the very least to streamline the process of application and acquisition of the said document. This suggestion arose due to the following difficulties encountered by our OFWs in acquiring the same. The long and tedious process occasioned by back and forth dealings with concerned agencies, the accompanying exorbitant expenses for the prescribed requirements such as membership in PhilHealth, OWA, Pag-ibig, and particularly the compulsory insurance coverage and the insufficiency of appointment schedules and personnel assigned to process the applications vis-a-vis the volume of applications. Then there is also the misinterpretation and misapplication of regulations by some frontline government personnel who demand additional documents over and above what the rules only require. The Philippine Overseas Employment Administration requires OFWs to secure an OEC before they depart to the country to work abroad. It is an exit clearance certifying that an OFW underwent legal recruitment and is presented at the immigration as proof that the OFW has a legal employer abroad and has undergone documentation to work abroad. It is issued by POEA or by the Philippine Overseas Labor Office in the host country if one is existing in cases of expired OECs for OFWs who will have to return to the country but will go back to his overseas work within 60 days. Batid po natin, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, ang kahalagahan po ng OEC bilang isang dokumento na nagpapatunay sa legal na estado ng ating mga OFWs at sa kasiguraduhan ng kanyang magiging trabaho sa ibang bansa. Isa po itong instrumento ng proteksyon laban sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking. Ngunit hiling lamang po ng ating mga OFWs, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, na gawing maayos, malinaw at madali ang buong proseso at sa kaunting gastusin lamang makukuha na po ang kanilang OEC. Para po sa akin, ito ay makatwirang kahilingan ng ating mga OFWs at wala po akong nakikitang dahilan upang hindi mapagbigyan ang kahilingang ito. Kagalang-galang na Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, problema rin po ng ating mga OFW sa Indonesia ang umiiral na limitasyon sa direct hiring na itinakda ng ating batas. Our current laws and regulations prohibit the direct hiring of an OFW. Any foreign employer intended to hire an OFW is thereby required to recruit through POEA accredited employment recruitment agencies. However, POEA enumerates certain categories of employers who are exempted from the ban on direct hiring and provides guidelines on the registration of direct hires with POEA. One exemption are foreign employers of professional and skilled workers with duly executed verified contracts containing terms and conditions over and above the standards set by the POEA. But the number of professionals and skilled workers hired by the foreign employer shall not exceed 5. 5 po. Problema ito ng ating mga OFW sa Indonesia sapagkat nangangahulugang limitado pa rin po ang bilang ng mga skilled workers o professional na OFW ang maaaring makapagtrabaho sa Indonesia. Batid natin po ang layunin ng polisiya ng ating pamahalaan laban sa direct hiring. Ito po'y para protektahan ang ating mga OFWs laban sa illegal recruitment. Sa ganitong tunggalian ng ating mga patakaran, kailangan po nating hanapin ang tamang balanse sa pagbibigay ng proteksyon sa ating mga OFWs at sa pangangailangang luwagan ang oportunidad nila. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, our OFWs in Indonesia have also complained against being offloaded by our immigration officials at the point of departure despite possessing valid OECs, visas, and other documentary requirements on flimsy, if not fabricated grounds. Worse, some immigration official allegedly demand for amounts ranging from 15,000 to 200,000 from our departing OFWs under threat of being offloaded, again, for no valid reason. With their documentary requirements having gone through rigorous processes and properly issued, the immigration personnel's duty must simply be administrative and facilitative. They have no basis to offload when all documents are in order. Our OFWs complain about the rudeness of some immigration officials, particularly in AIA Terminal 3, treating them discourteously unless they come dressed in grandiose apparel upon departure. I have written our officials in the Bureau of Immigration, Commissioner Norman Tansinco, calling their attention to these alleged incidents in the name of fairness and due process. The Bureau of Immigration, thank you, promptly replied that they have discussed with the Department of Migrant Workers the upgrades needed for the verification of issued OECs and the integration of OEC verification process with our airline counters and departure e-gates and processing and proposing exclusive departure e-gates lane for our OFWs. Salamat po. As to the issues of corruption, the Bureau reiterated its resolve to professionalize and cleanse its ranks. Nakakalungkot din po ang naging mapait na karanasan ng ilang kababayan nating biktima ng illegal recruitment. May mga OFWs po tayo mula sa Saudi Arabia at Malaysia na natukso sa mga illegal recruiters sa pamamagitan po ng online advertisements na nag-aalok ng trabaho sa Japan kapalit ng halagang 40,000 pesos. Sinabihan sila na magtungo sa Bali, Indonesia bilang transit point. Ngunit do'y nabatid nila na wala palang trabaho na naghihintay sa kanila sa Japan. Resulta, kawawang mga OFWs na kababayan natin na na-stranded sa Indonesia sa loob ng ilang buwan. Walang malinaw na tutuluyan, walang katiyakan na pagkain, naghahanap na makatutulong upang makabalik sa Pilipinas. Nakipag-ugnayan po sila sa ating OFW party list at nakipag-ugnayan tayo sa Polo Singapore dahil wala po tayong polo sa Indonesia sa kasalukuyan. Agad tayong umaksyon kasama ang DMW at ang Polo Singapore sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating embahada sa Indonesia. Katuwang po natin ang Department of Foreign Affairs at napauwi na po natin sa Pilipinas ang dalawa sa kanila at isa pa po na huli pa ring dumating. At total of 3 ang naisave po natin sa kanila na makabalik sa Pilipinas. Masakit man pong isipin, marami pa rin po tayong OFWs na nabibiktima ng illegal recruitment na ngayon gumagamit ng cyberspace bilang bahagi ng kanilang modus operandi. Dahil dito, madalas pong nalolokong ang mga biktima at nahihirapan ng ating otoridad na sila ay habulin at panagutin. Mr. Sponsor, my dear colleagues, gusto ko lamang pong pagkilala ang mga tulong ng ating mga kababayan ni Minister Lauli na ginawaran ng ating pamalaan ng Presidential Award bilang kaanib ng bayan noong Abril sa kasalukuyang taon. Napakaganda po ng pagtungo ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Romualdez Jr. sa bansang Indonesia noong unang buwan ng kanyang liderato. Nagpapasalamat po kami, Mr. Speaker, at alam ko po na ito po ay malaking bagay dahil ang ating presidente na si President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
Can you please wind up, Congresswoman Maxine?
Yes po, Mr. Speaker, ay paulit-ulit pong ibinigay sa ating State of the Nation address ang kanyang pagmamahal sa ating mga OFWs. Kaya sa pangunguna po ng Department of Migrant Workers, ng Department of Foreign Affairs, ang ating pong OFW party list ay hindi po titigil at tuloy po ang serbisyo sapagkat OFW, kayo po ang bida. Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, good afternoon at salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Magsino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue, I'd like to move for an extension of 20 minutes.
Extension of 20 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, your motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Congresswoman Maria Angela S. Garcia of the 3rd District of Bataan for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Maria Angela Garcia of Bataan is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Mr. Speaker, this is just a manifestation of my support. I wish to manifest my support to the plans of action identified by OFW Party List Representative Marisa Delmar Magsino in response to the policy concerns of our OFWs in Indonesia, as discussed in her privileged speech on the triumphs and travails of our OFWs. I joined Representative Delmar in this move to promote the welfare and protect the rights of our OFWs. It is high time that we regard our OFWs as VIPs and give them appropriate recognition for their sacrifices and contribution as modern-day heroes of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations, Representative Delmar.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Gila Garcia, 3rd District of Bataan. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Angela Garcia of Bataan, for your manifestation. That is fully noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Kong Franz Castro for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Franz Castro is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pong batiin ang ating kinatawan mula sa OFW party list na si Representative Marisa Magsino doon sa kanyang privilege speech. At syempre doon sa pagkilala sa mga dakilang mga bayaning buhay o bayani natin na mga OFW. At malinaw na inilahad niya yung kalagayan at kondisyon ng ating mga OFW sa bahagi ng Indonesia. Alam niyo po, doon sa kanyang privilege speech, Mr. Speaker, ganito po yung tinitingnan nating kalagayan ng ating mga OFW generally sa ating iba't ibang mga bansa. So nakikita natin na-strike po ako doon sa sa mga tinuran niya about ang pagturing sa ating mga OFW ay second-class citizen by the system mismo ng ating gobyerno. Komplikado, magastos, at talagang perwisyo, redundant, expensive, and complicated yung mga requirements para sa ating mga OFW, particular, Mr. Speaker, doon sa Overseas Employment Certificate. Alam niyo po, sa pakikipagkonsultahan din po ng Makabayan Black, mula dun sa ating pong mga migrante sa iba't ibang mga panig ng ating bansa. Isa po talaga sa nirereklamo, lalong-lalo na po doon sa Hong Kong, ito pong Overseas Employment Certificate. So sinasabi po ng ating kasamahan, sinasabi po ni Representative Magsino na napakamagastos at maraming requirement. Maaari po bang ilahad, Mr. Speaker, ng ating kinatawan mula sa OFW, party list, yung mga masalimuot o mga requirement na kinakailangan ng ating mga kababayan dito sa Overseas Certificate, Overseas Employment Certificate, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Franz, ang ating pong mga requirements para sa Overseas Employment Certificate ay sinabi ko nga po kailangan i-streamline and professionalize. Ito po ay nagsasubmit po ang ating mga OFW ng printed po ng balik manggagawa appointment. Kailangan po nila ng valid passport, original at photocopy. Kailangan din po nila ng work visa, original photocopy or electronic copy. Kailangan din po nila ng employment contract verified po ng POLO, original copy pa rin po. At photocopy po ng company trade license, mga commercial license or company ID, kung sila po ay company trade-based employers. Kailangan po syempre ng airline ticket indicating dates of departure and arrival dahil i-take note po natin ang OEC po, ang validity po nito ay 60 days from date of issue. Kailangan pa rin po ng proof of PhilHealth, pag-ibig, OWA fund contributions, at medical and accident insurance. Samantalang ito po ay nagkakaroon din po ng duplication dahil ang isang OFW po ay kinakailangan naman po ng 14 documentary requirements. So, kailangan po rin po ng passport, birth certificate, high school or college diploma, transcript of record, marriage certificate po kung kinakailangan, NBI clearance, medical certificate, PRC, Philippine Regulation Commission if applicable, employment contract, training certificates, yung OEC natin bago po makakuha ng OEC, working visa at certificate ng insurance coverage. Kaya Mr. Speaker, Kong Franz, napakaraming paulit-ulit lamang po itong redundancy, nagdagdag po pasakit at gasto sa ating mga overseas Filipino workers.
Yan. Salamat Mr. Speaker, no? Para malaman din po ng mga kababayan natin nakikinig kung ano po itong tinatawag na Overseas Employment Certificate. So, nakikiisa po ako at naniniwala po akong tama yung ating kinatawan mula sa OFW Party List na talagang redundant ito, pahirap at pasakit sa ating mga manggagawa o ating mga migrante. Dahil naniniwala po ako na kapag meron ka ng work visa, di ba? Kapag meron ng work visa ang isang manggagawang Pilipino na pupunta sa abroad, ay nandito na rin itong mga requirements na ito. Kaya dapat lang po natanggalin itong Overseas Employment Certificate na nire-require pa ng ating ahensya para lang po doon sa ating mga OFW. So nakikiisa po ako na kung magkakaroon po halimbawa ng resolution o magkakaroon po tayo ng halimbawa pag-imbestiga kaugnay dito sa Overseas Employment Certificate, ang kinatawang pong ito ay makikisa sa ating kinatawan mula sa OFW Party List. At kung kami naman po halimbawa sa Makabayan ay meron na rin din po tayo na resolusyon na sana po ay maimbestigahan ito. So muli, Mr. Speaker, marami pong salamat at maraming salamat sa ating kinatawan mula sa OFW Party List.
Thank you, Congresswoman Franz Castro. Do you want to answer that or?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank our Congresswoman from Bataan, Congresswoman Gila Garcia, Congresswoman Franz Castro, and I would like to say with the new administration of President Bongbong Marcos, we are hopeful that everything will be easier, most lively, more fruitful for our overseas Filipino workers in cooperation and partnership with the Department of Migrant Workers, with Secretary Toots Ople, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and all the stakeholders. And we at the OFW Party List will be in support for everything that will liven and alleviate the poverty of our overseas Filipino workers. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Our dear colleagues, maraming salamat po. God bless us all.
Thank you again, Congresswoman Magsino, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Kong Arlene D. Brosas of Party List Gabriela.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, for your manifestation ba? Manifestation.
Mr. Speaker, it's an interpellation.
Ay, sorry.
Speaker.
For your interpellation, sorry.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat po sa ating lovely na representative of OFW Party List, si Representative Marisa Delmar Magsino. Maraming salamat po sa pag-elevate ng mga issues ng ating mga OFWs. Mr. Speaker, may ilan lamang po akong mga katanungan kaugnay sa siguro kaugnay dito sa particularly sa OEC, Mr. Speaker, kasi napakahalaga nito, magdi-Desyembre, mag-uuwian yung ating mga OFWs. Kaya, will the sponsor yield to a few questions? Short lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, ito pong inyong sinasabi na OECs, ano po ang stand ng Department of Migrant Workers and the DFA kaugnay dito sa, sabi nyo nga kanina paulit-ulit may duplication ng mga requirements kaugnay sa Overseas Employment Certificate. So, meron po ba tayong we've heard or ano ang mga action points ng Department of Migrant Workers and DFA kaugnay dito?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, ang ating pong Department of Migrant Workers ay nagkaroon po ng reply sa ating mga concerns at ang sinasabi po ng DMW, they will take a concrete step to make it easier for OFWs to apply for and secure our OECs. It has been revised and will continue to review and revise requirements and guidelines to make it more attuned with the needs of the OFWs and the realities of the overseas labor markets. The department has also provided for an online platform for OFWs to apply and secure the OECs. The DMW and the Bureau of Immigration has an existing information sharing system for quick checking of the employment status of the OFW even without a printed OEC. By the end of the year, this is the promise made by DMW that it will launch a mobile application that will enable OFWs to apply and store their OECs on their phones. There are a lot of other action points that our DMW have given in reply to our request, and we can also forward it in your office, Kong Arlene.
Yes, thank you. Maraming salamat po, Rep. Magsino. Gusto rin nating malaman, kung ganon, ibig sabihin, they are more inclined sa DMW na ipagpatuloy yung OEC.
Sa tingin
Provided na meron lang mga guidelines na babaguhin. In short, it is not to scrap the OEC totally, but to refine kung ano-ano ang mga requirements. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, totoo po yan. Ang sinabi ko nga po sa aking privilege speech, if not totally eradicate or remove the OEC, it has to be streamlined and professionalized ang mga proseso para maging maliwanag, mas madali at less gastos sa ating mga OFWs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po, Rep. Magsino. Yun din po ang gusto nating malaman. Kasi actually, ang mga OFWs natin, they are asking nga, bakit ganon na may OEC pa? At kung kaya naman na tanggalin na natin. Plus, doon kasi sa OEC, tama ba, may mga mandatory fees pa ang ating mga OFWs na binabayaran ngayon, katulad ng pag-ibig, tama po ba?
Yes.
Katulad ng PhilHealth, katulad ng mga kailangan na sinasabi sa kanila na mandatory fees. At napakahirap para sa mga OFW. Sabi ko nga kanina, itong Desyembre uuwi sila. Poproblemahin na naman nila yan. Kasi magbabalik na naman sila sa mga trabaho pagkatapos ng
Yes.
'di ba?
Tama.
So, ito na naman yung haharapin nila. Paulit-ulit tayo, Mr. Speaker, dito. Hanggat hindi nagsasabi o hindi talaga nakakagawa ng paraan ang Department of Migrant Workers at saka particularly ng DFA at DMW at lahat ng mga ahensya na may kinalaman dito. If they can scrap the fees na lalong nagpapahirap, yung mga mandatory fees na nagpapahirap sa mga OFWs natin, lalo na nung pagkatapos, lalo na nung pandemya, mas maigi po para sa atin, Mr. Speaker and Rep. Magsino.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene. Ang DMW po, sa reply sa atin, natanggap lang po natin to yesterday yata, kahapon. Ang reply po ng Department of Migrant Workers, they has already removed insurance coverage of balik manggagawa, PhilHealth, and SSS contributions as requirements for the issuance of OAC. Maraming salamat, DMW.
Thank you very much po. Ayan, malinaw, kahit papano, yung PhilHealth,
na.
balik manggagawa, yung ilan sa mga fees na iyon na sinisingil sa kanila ay mawawala. Now, last question ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung kaugnay po sa mga dialogues, nakakapag-dialogue naman ang mga OFWs or mga migrants natin. Ilan po ang nakasalang na dialogue ngayon sa DMW at sa DFA?
So far po, sa OFW party list po, ang masasagot ko, yung dialogue po natin ay meron po tayong 2 hanggang 3 pang dialogue and then policy dialogues. Meron din po tayo sa Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs with Chair Ron Salo. At meron din naman po sa DMW, pakikipag-ugnayan po ng OFW Party List, kasama po ang Bureau of Immigration at ang Bureau of Customs para po sa mga issues and other concerns.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Rep. Magsino, kasi napakarami pong issue ng mga OFWs at migrante natin ngayon. Magmula sa ayuda, financial assistance na hinihiling nila, mga claims nila sa OWA, magmula po sa mga fees na sinisingil sa Europe, no? Para sa mga DFA circular sa Eurozone na ginagawa na pinapataas yun, at hanggang sa mga seafarers natin, sa STCW issue nila, na 50,000 po sa kanila ay maaaring hindi makatuntong ng barko dahil hindi nakakomply sa STCW requirements sa EU, hanggang dun po sa usapin ng ban sa Saudi. Na more than 50,000 ban sa Saudi na more than 50,000 ang hindi nakasweldo, pero nilift na natin yung ban. Tapos parang walang nangyari dun sa accountability, ilan lang po ang babayaran. So, ibig sabihin po, napakaraming issue ng ating OFWs at migrante. Kaya maraming salamat po. Kahit papano, no, nakakakuha tayo ng mga concession sa pamamagitan po ng mga ikinuwento sa atin ng OFW Party List. Sana po ay matugunan din ang iba't iba pang mga issues ng mga migrante natin dito sa Pilipinas. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Magsino.
Thank you, Congresswoman Franz.
Thank you po, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Franz. Arlene, gusto ko lamang pong sabihin that on behalf of the OFW
Congresswoman
Party
Arlene,
List,
sorry.
on behalf of the OFW Party List, we would like to congratulate President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. for a very successful trip in Saudi Arabia. And after talking to the Royal Crown Prince, there was a promise that the unpaid salaries of our workers from 2015 onwards will be paid. Thank you so much. That's another feather on our cap. Mabuhay po, Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, Congresswoman Franz.
Arlene.
Congresswoman Arlene, sorry. Anyway, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Marisa Delmar P. Magsino of the Party List OFW and its interpellations be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The privileged speech of Congresswoman Magsino and the interpellations of Congresswoman Franz and Arlene be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the privilege hour.
Privilege hour is now closed. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 454 and direct the Secretary General to read the respective title of the measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill for third reading.
House Bill 454, an act providing enhanced protection, security, and benefits for media workers. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill 454. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidria, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bertos, Billones, Biron, Bodilla, Bondok, Mungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bagtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardem, Macari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Dagook, Nadipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa, De Jesus, Defensor, Defensor, Del Mar, de los Santos, Dumaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dumaporo, City Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Icleo, Emano, Inciso, Inverga, Escudero, Spares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin Gasataya, Gatchalian Gato, Ed Christopher Go, Mark Goles Gomez, Gonzaga Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro Guseta, Guico, Ginto Gullas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagun Nafti, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Dibanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Toro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madron, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marculeta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olasco, Olivares, Ong Chuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Permisa, Gabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Yuhuloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Rasakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sari, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Ulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chiloro, Tevez, Arnolfo, Tevez, Jose, Pianco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Cristantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvig, Yap Eric, U. Divine Grace, U. Jason Victoria, U. Lloyd Zamora, Ampara Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration of third reading of House Bill 454. Adjong Alvarez Jose Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Biron, Carico, Elizalde, Dalog Dayang Hirang, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Inciso Fariñas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dutante, Garcia Vincent Go, and Christopher Gonzalez Sandro, Luicos Gutierrez, Hagidorn Hataman, Herrera, Horibata, Lagun Dafti, Lagun Sani, Legarda, Libanan, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nogras, Juan Fidel, Padiernos, Paglas, Panotes, Rama Regencia, Romero, Salo, Santos, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Cheng, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Luis, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Yap Cristantel.
With 252 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 0 abstention, the chair declares House First Bill number 454 now having been approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading House Bills number 5819, 5820, 5821, 5822, 5823, all local bills on the creation and division of barangays, and direct the Secretary General to read the respective titles of the measures and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. On the part of the House, the chair's ear is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General will read the title of the bill, the House Bill number 5819 up to 5823, and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 5819, an act dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the City of Caloocan, into 6 separate and independent barangays to be known as Barangay 176A, Barangay 176B, Barangay 176C, Barangay 176D, Barangay 176E, and Barangay 176F. House Bill 5820, an act separating the seizures of Kaingian Butak, Cosconong, Longboy, Bangkag, and Botigue from Barangay Manatong in the Municipality of Suyo, Province of Ilocos Sur, and constituting them into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Butak. House Bill 5821, an act creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Katuparan in the city of Taguig. House Bill 5822, an act separating the sitios of Kimbuaya, Longboy, Bulala, Kinapian, Indadangan, Kumaminibe, and Makaag from Barangay Suyo proper in the Municipality of Suyo, Province of Ilocos Sur, and constituting them into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Kinapian. And House Bill 5823, an act dividing Barangay Adams in the Municipality of Adams, Province of Ilocos Norte into 3 distinct and independent barangays to be known as Barangay Adan, Barangay Bukarot, and Barangay Malasin. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 5819, 5820, 5821, 5822, and 5823. Abalos, Abante, Abunta, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayda, Aumentado, Belindong, Barba, Barbres, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Dim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bonilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Burut, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Agas, Kuhayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, ko Angelica Natasha, ko Elizalde, ko Pilar, ko Juan, ko Jaime, ko Juan, ko Mark, ko Lado, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirong, Dasa de Jesus, Defensa, Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City, Amina, Janicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhari, Duterte, Dito Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emmanuel, Enciso, Inverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella Idela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Judith Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Greos, Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo Garcia, Maria Angela Garcia, Pablo Jan Garcia, Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasatay, Gatchalian, Gato, Go, Ed Christopher, Go, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neftali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullas, Gutierrez, Agidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Ko Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Alara, Lasatindi, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyol, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madorona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Wang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Vanisa, Noel, Nograles, Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Waminel, Elaso, Olivares, Chuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Provincias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivero, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Raksakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sari, Salimbangon, Salo, Sabrame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chidoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Rendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umaliu, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valbayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Dividi Grace, Yu Jesse Victoria, Yu Lloyd Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabella Maria, and Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 5819, 5820, 5821, 5822, and 5823. Adjong Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista, Biron, Carico, Islisaldi, Dalog Dayang Hirang, Duavit Duhali, Duterte D, Ian Paul, Inciso Fariñas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Vincent, Go, A. Christopher Gonzalez Sandro, Guigo Gutierrez, Hagidorn Hataman, Herrera, Horibata, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Ligarde Libanan, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Nogral, Juan, Fidel, Padiernas, Paglas, Panotes, Rama, Regencia, Romero, Salo, Santos, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Suwan, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay Cheng, Tolentino T. Velasco, Villafuerte Luis, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Yap Crisantel.
With 254 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 5819, 5820, 5821, and 5820 is now approved on third and final reading. With 235 members voting in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 5823 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue our consideration of the bills on third reading, may we acknowledge the guest of our honorable representative from the 2nd District of Quezon Province, Honorable J.J. Suarez.
The guests of Honorable David J.J.C. Suarez of Quezon. Please stand, please rise to be recognized. Welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan mo natin ang guest ni Governor J.J.
Mr. Speaker, they are Honorable Reverend H. Manalo, Honorable Beneventura M. Reyes, Honorable Eladio D. Carandang, Honorable Reynaldo L. Cantos, Honorable Filemon D. Predilla Jr., Honorable Estelito A. Sulit, Honorable Yolanda M. De Castro, Honorable Jenicio G. Aguila, Honorable Cesar M. Limbo, Honorable William M. Navalisa, Honorable Manuel D. Hawak, Honorable Perfecto Alcantara, Honorable Alfonso A. Semira, Honorable Abel Cagitla, Honorable Arnel B. Magkawas, Honorable Guden M. Cornejo, Honorable Maximo S. Magadia, Honorable Arnel B. Ilaw, Honorable Manuel S. Ibora, Honorable Nelson H. Punsalan, Honorable Antonio Marnelo F. Emralino, Honorable Riblada M. Panaligan, Honorable Peter S. Malaluan, Honorable Mailan S. Escamillas, and Honorable Ricardo M. Matibag.
Welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan po natin, guest of Honorable Congressman J.J.C. Suarez of Quezon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading House Bills number 5824, 5826, 5827, 5828, 5829, 5831, 5832, 5833, 5834, 5836, 5837, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5841, 5842, 5843, 5844, 5845, 5846, 5847, 5848, 5849, 5850, 5851, and 5852, all local bills on the declaration of holidays, and direct the Secretary General to read the respective titles of the measures and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection on the part of the House? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill from House Bill, what Majority Leader read a while ago. So the Secretary General is directed to read the title and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 5824, an act declaring June 6 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bansalan, province of Davao del Sur, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5826, an act declaring September 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Bukidnon to be known as Araw ng Bukidnon, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5827, an act declaring March 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Calapan, province of Oriental Mindoro, in commemoration of its charter anniversary. House Bill 5828, an act declaring January 29 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Bulacan, to be known as Francisco Santiago Day, in honor of the life and music of Filipino musician and composer Francisco Santiago. House Bill 5829, an act declaring June 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Santos in commemoration of its charter anniversary. House Bill 5831, an act declaring November 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Quezon in commemoration of the death anniversary of revolutionary hero Apolinario de la Cruz, popularly known as Hermano Puli. House Bill 5832, an act declaring September 14 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Occidental Mindoro, in celebration of the Feast of the Holy Cross. House Bill 5833, an act declaring November 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Bulacan, to be known as Joseng Batuti Day, in honor of the life and literary work of Filipino poet and writer Jose Corazon de Jesus. House Bill 5834, an act declaring June 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Kiblawan, province of Davao del Sur, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5836, an act declaring June 24 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Balayan, province of Batangas, in celebration of the Parada ng Lechon. House Bill 5837, an act declaring March 30 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Puerto Princesa in the commemoration of its declaration as the city of the living God. House Bill 5838, an act declaring June 17 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Magsaysay, province of Davao del Sur, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5839, an act declaring May 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Malalag, province of Davao del Sur, to be known as Araw ng Malalag, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5840, an act declaring June 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Matanao, province of Davao del Sur, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5841, an act declaring September 6 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Mendez Nunez, province of Cavite, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5842, an act declaring January 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Navotas in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5843, an act declaring January 8 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Pavia, province of Iloilo, to be known as Pavia Day, to commemorate its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5844, an act declaring August 30 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of San Juan, to be known as Araw ng Pinaglabanan, in commemoration of the Battle of Pinaglabanan, which occurred on August 30, 1896. House Bill 5845, an act declaring July 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of San Carlos, province of Negros Occidental, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5846, an act declaring September 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Mateo, province of Rizal, to be known as Araw ng Bayan ng San Mateo, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5847, an act declaring November 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Sarangani in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5848, an act declaring October 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Davao del Sur, to be known as Araw ng Santa Cruz, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5849, an act declaring April 24 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Solup, province of Davao del Sur, to be known as Araw ng Solup, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. House Bill 5850, an act declaring January 6 of every year a special non-working holiday in Quezon City, to be known as Tandang Sora Day, in commemoration of the birth anniversary of Melchora Aquino, also known in Philippine history as the Mother of the Katipunan. House Bill 5851, an act declaring November 12 of every year a regular non-working holiday in the city of Valenzuela, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. And House Bill 5852, an act declaring April 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Occidental Mindoro, to be known as Araw ng Santa Cruz, in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. Roll call of members in consideration of the aforementioned House bills. On third reading. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arabisan, Arenas, Organsya, Arsisto, Atayda, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baranda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Dim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bodilla, Bondok, Bungalan, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Borosas, Buhain, Bulot, Wagtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colyada, Colyantes, Corvero, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa de Jesus, de Veneza, Defensor, del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, Sita, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet, Marie Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Casatay, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Go Les Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Groseta, Guico, Ginto, Guljas, Gutierrez, Agidorn, Jarasco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrero, Rebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Araco, Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Gomhon, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Novel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Di, Ligarda, Dibana, Limukaychong, Loyola, Luis Tor, Lumayang, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Awang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Noel, Nograles, Juan, Fidel, Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uvaminal, Orasco, Olivaros, Ongchuan, Ordanas, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Permisios, Agabas, Umaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Joe, Reyes, Rillo, Rivero, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yade Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdaran, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salumbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariera, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Endel, Tupas, Tuto, Tit, Umali, Unabio, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Crescentel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jason Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabela Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 5824, 5826, 5827, 5828, 5829, 5831, 5832, 5833, 5834, 5836, 5837, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5841, 5842, 5843, 5844, 5845, 5846, 5847, 5848, 5849, 5850, 5851, and 5852. Adjong Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Bautista Biron Cari, Ko Elizalde Gadog, Dayang Hirong, Duhawit Duhali Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Inciso Farinas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Vincent Christopher Gonzalo Sandro, Guigo Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Hataman, Herrera, Horibata, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Ligardo Libanan, Malapitan, Marcoleta Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Padiernas, Paglas, Panotes, Rama, Rehencia Romero, Salo, Santos, Sinson Richel, Sinson Ronald, Suwan, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambo, Tan Cheng, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villafuerte Luis, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Yap Crisantel.
With 253 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill numbers 5824, 5826, 5827, 5828, 5829, 5831, 5832, 5833, 5834, 5836, 5837, 5838, 5839, 5840, 5841, 5842, 5843, 5844, and 5845, 5846, 5847, 5848, 5849, 5860, 5851, and 5852. 26 bills is now approved on third and final reading. Before we continue, the chair would like to state the correct results of the nominal voting of the following bills regarding the creation of division of barangays. For the House Bill number 5819, 5820, 5821, and 5822, the affirmative votes is 253, the negative vote 0, the abstention 0. And number 2, for House Bill number 5823, the affirmative is 252, negative 1, abstention 0. So let the record reflect on the aforementioned results. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading all local bills on the declaration of tourism or ecotourism sites and direct the Secretary General to read the respective titles of the measures and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection for the part of the House? The chair is done. The motion is approved. So the Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 5936, an act declaring Narurun Falls located in Barangay Oyao, Municipality of Dupax del Norte, Province of Nueva Vizcaya, an ecotourism site. House Bill number 5937, an act declaring the Vega Falls located in Barangay Mabuhay, Municipality of Prosperidad, Province of Agusan del Sur, an ecotourism site. House Bill number 5938, an act declaring the Lake Himbang located in the Municipality of Talacogon, Province of Agusan del Sur, an ecotourism site. House Bill number 5939, an act declaring the Agusan Marsh located in the municipalities of Talacogon, San Francisco, Rosario, Bunawan, Loreto, La Paz, and Veruela, all in the province of Agusan del Sur, an ecotourism zone. House Bill number 5954, an act declaring Torrijos White Beach, located in the municipality of Torrijos, province of Marinduque, a tourism destination. House Bill number 5955, an act declaring the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Marinduque, a tourism development area. House Bill number 5956, an act declaring the immediate environs of Our Lady of Candelaria Parish Church, located in the municipality of Silang, province of Cavite, a tourism destination. House Bill number 5957, an act declaring the immediate environs of St. Matthias Parish Church, located in the municipality of Tumawini, province of Isabela, a tourism destination. House Bill number 5958, an act declaring the Fuyot Springs National Park, located in Barangay San Victoria, City of Ilagan, Province of Isabela, an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 5959, an act declaring the immediate environs of the National Shrine of Mary Help of Christians located in Barangay Don Bosco, Parañaque City, a tourism destination. House Bill number 5960, an act declaring the immediate environs of the National Shrine of Padre Pio, commonly known as Padre Pio Shrine, located in Barangay San Pedro, City of Santo Tomas, Province of Batangas, a tourism destination. House Bill number 5961, an act recognizing the municipality of Baler in the province of Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing and declaring it an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 5962, an act declaring the municipality of San Mariano and the municipality of Palanan, province of Isabela as ecotourism zones to be jointly known as the San Mariano-Palanan Ecotourism Corridor. House Bill number 5963, an act declaring the Polillo Group of Islands and the municipality of Mauban in the province of Quezon a tourism zone. House Bill number 5966, an act declaring the province of Agusan del Sur as the home of the Golden Tara. House Bill number 5967, an act declaring the Mindanao Civic Center Complex located in the municipality of Tubod, province of Lanao del Norte as sports tourism destination. House Bill number 5968, an act declaring Pilis Falls located in Barangay Palili, municipality of Samal, province of Bataan, an ecotourism site. House Bill number 5969, an act declaring Mount 387 or Mount Batong Amat, located in the municipality of Karangalan, province of Nueva Vizcaya, an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 5970, an act declaring the Mighty Cave Park located in the municipality of Tagoloan, province of Lanao del Norte, an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 5971, an act declaring Barangay Tala in the municipality of Orani, province of Bataan, an ecotourism zone. House Bill number 5972, an act declaring Lulugayan Falls located in the municipality of Calbiga, province of Samar, an ecotourism site. House Bill number 5973, an act declaring the Islas de Gigantes located in the municipality of Carles, province of Iloilo, an ecotourism zone. House Bill number 5974, an act declaring the Tambaliza Island located in the municipality of Concepcion, province of Iloilo, an ecotourism zone. House Bill number 5998, an act declaring the Malasi Tree Park and Wildlife Sanctuary located in Barangay San Antonio, municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, an ecotourism zone. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of the aforementioned House bills. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascup, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson-Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 5936, 5937, 5938, 5939, 5954, 5955, 5956, 5957, 5958, 5959, 5960, 5961, 5962, 5963, 5966, 5967, 5968, 5969, 5970, 5971, 5972, 5973, 5974, and 5998. Adyong, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista, Biron, Cari, Co Elizalde, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Ian Paul, Enciso, Farinas, Garcia Albert, Garcia Vincent, Co Ed Christopher, Gonzales Sandro, Gico, Gutierrez, Sagidorn, Hataman, Herrera, Horibata, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Ligarda, Libanan, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Padiernos, Paglas, Panotes, Rama, Regencia, Romero, Salo, Santos, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tieng, Tolentino, T. Velasco, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Yap Christiantel.
With 253 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, with the 24 bills, House Bill numbers 5936, 5937, 5938, 5939, 5954, 5955, 5956, 5957, 5958, 5959, 5960, 5961, 5962, 5963, 5966, 5967, 5968, 5969, 5970, 5971, 5972, 5973, 5974, and 5998 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we immediately transmit the bills we have approved on third reading to the Senate.
Those following the House bills approved on third and final reading be transmit. The Secretary General is directed to transmit in the Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 4477 as contained in the committee report number 74, and may I request therefore that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? the part of the House, the chair is done. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 4477, an act establishing greater responsibility and accountability from private employment agencies, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10361, otherwise known as the Batas Kasambahay.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Labor and Employment, Representative Charis Ann Hernandez, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
Representative Charian, you are now recognized, ma'am, for your sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Republic Act number 10361 is a landmark legislation enacted to elevate the status and conditions of our beloved kasambahays from the informal economy to becoming a legitimate, dignified, and honorable occupation. It was enacted to give the long overdue recognition and solutions to the problems and issues faced by the kasambahay sector in the Philippines. Allow me to share with you, members of this honorable house, a documentary episode of Miss Cara David entitled Kawayang Pangarap, where a dumagat girl named Maui expressed a dream different from most kids like her. This is to become a kasambahay. I stand with Maui and all others who dream of becoming kasambahay. Her dream of becoming a household service worker is a just, valid, and dignified dream. This is the same spirit and purpose of the Kasambahay Law of 2013, to make being a kasambahay a dignified occupation. The Kasambahay Law was passed almost a decade ago, and it paved the way for the professionalization of domestic workers. Prior to it, one must remember that household helpers used to be hired based on a kakilala o inirekomenda system. But with RA 10361, we recognize the existence of PAs or private employment agencies as a means of hiring kasambahays. From this, we saw good examples of employers who provided contracts, benefits, and appreciation for the kasambahays who have been treated like family in their own homes. This is for the special sacrifice which they have made for us all, to leave their families to take care of ours. However, there are many people who have sought to take advantage of this law and of this unsung career. Just last year in May 2021, we heard in the news of someone who disguised and was hired as a kasambahay and took 2 million pesos worth of jewelries, cash, and gadgets from a home just nearby in North Fairview. Let me emphasize that this person should not be referred to as a kasambahay because this person is not worthy of such an honorable title. This is one of the many other incidents in the past decade which shows how it is factual to state that the Kasambahay Law needs updating. From the time of its passage in 2013, the law's inadequacies have led to issues which can be solved in amending the law to fit our context today. The problem of inside job theft committed by people portraying themselves to be kasambahays may be fixed by strengthening measures on the agency level. We have heard of crimes committed by those who were employed, but I believed that some level of accountability must fall too on the PEAs. In our country, hiring kasambahay is built on trust. We allow a stranger into our homes to help us manage our household in tasks such as cooking, cleaning, and even the care of our children. Hence, it is very crucial that the law should ensure that the special relationship between kasambahay and employer is not breached. This representation believes that the Kasambahay Act is a truly remarkable social legislation. We also believe that there must be improvements to impose greater responsibility and accountability from private employment agencies in their respective hiring processes as the current situation calls for it. There should be a provision to hold PAs accountable, ensuring that all the recruits are worthy of an employer's trust, confidence, and compensation. When criminal minds use PAs to enter the home of an employer, the law provides no liability for the PEA. Hence, this representation proposes the passage of House Bill number 4477 to establish greater responsibility and accountability from private employment agencies in deploying kasambahays to private residences of families. Currently, the role of PAs is downplayed as agencies that screen applicants, collect documents, and deploy household service workers. This current setup has allowed PAs to become lenient in the hiring process. So, by making PAs liable, they will be more diligent in the selection and supervision of their workers. With this proposed legislation, the PA shall be the front runner, a centerpiece in the implementation of this act in ensuring a system that affords protection to employers and household service workers. They shall partake in the more rational and more responsible approach in the full realization of this law. The key provisions of this measure would be that PAs are required to conduct a diligent background check on the identity, personal, and family background of an applicant. Moreover, the PAs shall be subsidiarily liable for any criminal act committed by the domestic worker against the employer in the course of their employment within 1 year from their first day with the employer. To briefly explain these provisions, we propose to extend protections to employers who confer their trust and confidence in the recruitment process of a PA. With this, we propose to require a diligent background check on all applicants in PAs, which must be supported by relevant government documents. Finally, our proposal is to confer subsidiary liability when a domestic worker commits a criminal act against the employer within 1 year, again, of their employment in the employer's home. It is our hope that PAs would shape up to become more sensitive to the crucial responsibility that they hold. We are now confronted with the task of passing a law that will equip them and at the same time pair with them responsibilities of achieving the very essence of the Kasambahay Act. Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleagues, given the importance and significance of this proposed measure, and in behalf of the Committee of Labor and Employment and other co-authors, I earnestly seek your support and approval for the passage of House Bill number 4477. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Congresswoman Hernandez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
We now terminate the sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
We will open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any individual amendment?
Mr.
The Chair is
Speaker.
none. Motion is approved. Yes, Majority Leader. Madam Sponsor, Majority Leader.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move that we recognize Honorable Zervil Luistro of the second.
Majority Leader first.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the Honorable Jervil Luistro for her individual amendments.
Congresswoman Luistro, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I wish to acknowledge once again the 28 finest leaders of this representation from the municipality of Lobo, Batangas. And of course, they joined this representation in the hard-fought fight during the last congressional bid of 2022 election. And my sincerest thanks to our esteemed colleagues for joining this representation in welcoming them to the House of Representatives. On the individual amendments, Mr. Speaker, on House Bill number 4477, the Act amending Batas Kasambahay, the committee approved the bill without amendment. However, I think the bill can stand improvements in phraseology, such as in the following provisions. On Section 1, particularly on the proposed amendment to the fourth paragraph of Section 36 of RA 10361, I respectfully recommend that the provision be read as follows. Paragraph A, conduct a diligent background check and actual verification of the identity, personal circumstances, and family background of the domestic helper, and to the extent possible, use relevant documents for such verification, such as clearances from the National Bureau of Investigation, police and barangay, and the birth certificate of the domestic helper. Second, Mr. Speaker, on Section 2, on the proposed Section 36-A, I respectfully recommend that the provision be read as follows. Section 36-A, subsidiary liability of private employment agencies to criminal acts of domestic helpers in their employ. A PEA or private employment agency shall be subsidiarily liable in any criminal act committed by a domestic helper against their employer in the course of their employment, provided that such accountability shall cease after 1 year from the first day of such employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully accept the amendments. Thank you.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. Speaker, we move for the adoption of the amendments.
Is there any objection? The part of the House? The chair is none. The amendment of the committee is now approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
We will close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Is none. Motion is carried. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 4477.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 4477. Is there those who are in favor, please say aye. And those who are against, please say nay. House Bill number the ayes have it. House Bill number 4477 is now approved on second reading. As amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 4479 as contained in Committee number 76 submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment. I request, therefore, that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill number 4479.
House Bill number 4479, an act expanding the prohibited acts of discrimination against women on account of sex, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Charisse Hernandez from the Lone District of Calamba to be recognized and begin the sponsorship of the measure.
The gentle lady from Calamba, Congresswoman Hernandez, is now recognized for your sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Again, good afternoon. The Philippines, as a party to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, has a moral and international obligation to eliminate discrimination against women. This is enshrined in no other than our Constitution, that the state shall ensure the fundamental equality of women and men before the law. Furthermore, Republic Act number 9710, more known as the Magna Carta of Women, creates a duty for us as legislators, to pursue legislation that pushes for substantive equality, where women enjoy not only equality before the law, but also equality in outcomes. So in pursuit of substantive equality of women and men, House Bill number 4479 proposes to strengthen the safeguards against discrimination of women in the workplace on account of their sex and characteristics of their sex. Generally, the key change we are advocating for in this measure is to include sex characteristics as a basis of discrimination against women in the workplace. Under this measure, a woman cannot be discriminated in the basis of the characteristics of her sex. To illustrate, we are familiar with how women are wrongly perceived by society. History has been a clear witness of how these perceptions have been debunked over time. Women can do things equally as men. This bill unequivocally recognizes that a woman's physique, her monthly period, and her ability to get pregnant, or simply a woman being a woman, has nothing to do with her work ethic, productivity, and efficiency as a member of our labor force. Allow me this opportunity to narrate how women struggle to land a job in our country very quickly. One must simply look for a job posting on the internet where you see job requirements concerning height, weight, physical appearance, or even the length of the hair of a woman. The apex of it all is the glaring requirement, quote unquote, preferably a male. If a woman envisions herself as a firewoman or policewoman, she must be 5'2" in height. If a woman wants to do sales and marketing, she must have a pleasing personality. These requirements, stated or not, negate the opportunity of every woman in the country for employment. Right now, I am only talking about the discrimination women face during the hiring process. So, what more when she finally enters the workplace? When it comes to issues of promotion or assignment, a woman is usually set aside because of motherhood or pregnancy. In a situation where one's merits must be the sole basis of any promotion or assignment, a woman is placed on a different standard just because of her natural state of being. Moreover, just recently this pandemic, we have seen how businesses have retrenched employees to cut costs. It is a sad reality, however, that in some businesses, women are first to be retrenched because of their sex or their sex characteristics. Hence, Mr. Speaker, this bill expands the coverage of discrimination in areas where it was once not specified, like areas of assignment, employment benefits, and retrenchment are examples of where women today can be discriminated against and be left unprotected by the law. So it is only fitting that in this modern era, where the rights of women are more and more celebrated, that we as the People's House continue to perform our duty to ensure that every Filipina is in substantial equal footing as every man in our country, that she's as free, as empowered, and as protected as her male counterparts. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Committee of Labor and Employment, together with all our respected co-authors of this bill, given the merits of this significant piece of proposed measure, I again earnestly seek your support and approval for the passage of House Bill number 4479. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Our Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with no other member who wishes to interpolate, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session suspended. Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
We terminate now the sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
We open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any individual amendment? There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Jervil Luistre from the 2nd District of Batangas for her individual amendment.
The gentlelady from Batangas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On House Bill number 4479, an act expanding the prohibited acts of discrimination against women on account of sex, amending for the purpose, PD number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, the Committee on Labor and Employment approved the legislative measure without amendment. However, Mr. Speaker, this representation most respectfully propose this following individual amendment. On Section 1, Paragraph B of Article 135 of 442, insert the word assignment and a comma before the word promotion. That is all, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, I accept the amendment.
What does the majority leader say?
We move to adopt the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The amendment, committee amendment is now adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
The period of amendments now being closed. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 4479.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 4479. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 4479 is now approved on second reading as amended. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas from Party List Gabriela for her manifestation.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we actually manifested in the committee before that we be included in this piece of legislation, the House Bill 4479. And now, Mr. Speaker, because we know the importance of this legislation, it is to ensure the right to equality and non-discrimination of women and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest that the following be respectfully included as co-authors, myself, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative of Gabriela Women's Party List, and Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List, and Representative Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to include as a co-author, Madam Sponsor.
Our pleasure to include our esteemed colleagues to be co-authors of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the referral of the following measures. Change of referral of the following measures. House Resolution numbers 528, 529, 533, 535, 538, and 539, congratulating and commending Jiu-Jitsu athletes Kimberly Ann Custodio and Margarita Mege Ochoa for winning gold medals in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu World Championship held in Abu Dhabi. House Resolution numbers 541 and 542, congratulating and commending Vince Rafael Operiano of OAS Albay for winning the championship of the 6th Eastern Asia Youth Chess Championship in Bangkok, from the Committee on Youth and Sports Development to the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to change of referral. Those proposed House Resolution numbers read by the Majority Leader. Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the reconsideration of the approval on second reading of House Bill number 5830 for perfecting amendment. So move, Mr.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The Secretary General is now The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the resolutions on first reading. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the following resolutions.
Additional reference of business resolutions. House Resolution 568, congratulating and commending Vince Rafael Operiano for his exemplary performance, winning the gold medal in the Eastern Asia Youth Chess Championship 2022 held in Thailand by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 569, congratulating and commending Mark Griffin for winning the gold medal in the 2022 Singha IWWF World Wakeboard and Wake Skates Championship Men's 40-plus veteran category by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 570, Bonuan Bukig National High School for winning the 2022 T4 Education World's Best School Prize for Environmental Action for Ilogo Aroenco Mangrove Planting Project by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 571, strengthening mutual cooperation between the Philippines and Vietnam through the Philippine-Vietnam Parliamentarians Friendship Society by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe Libanan Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 572, commending and congratulating Paeng Nepomuceno for bagging the gold medal in the men's singles 65 above category during the 16th ASEAN Senior Bowling Championship in Malaysia on November 10, 2022 by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 573, recognizing, congratulating, and commending Mark Griffin, Rafael Trinidad, Carlo De La Torre, Gianna Lynn De La Torre, and Susan Larson for their victories in the 2022 Singha IWWF World Cable Wakeboard and Wake Skate Championship held in Thailand by Representative D. Faustino Michael.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 574, recognizing, congratulating, and commending Carlo Paalam for winning the bantamweight gold medal in the 2022 ASBC ASEAN Elite Men and Women Boxing Championships held in Jordan by Representative D. Faustino Michael.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 575, congratulating and commending Jiu-Jitsu athletes Kimberly Ann Custodio and Margarita Meggy Ochoa for winning gold medals in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu World Championship held in United Arab Emirates from October 29 to November 8, 2022 by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe Libanan Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 576, congratulating and commending 9-year-old Vince Rafael Operiano for winning the 6th Eastern Asia Youth Chess Championship held in Thailand from November 4 to 12, 2022 by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe Libanan Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the following House resolutions. House Resolution number 571, a resolution strengthening the mutual cooperation between the Philippines and Vietnam through the Philippine-Vietnam Parliamentarians Friendship Society. House Resolution number 575, a resolution congratulating and commending Jiu-Jitsu athlete Kimberly Ann Custodio and Margarita Meggy Ochoa for winning gold medals in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu World Championship held in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates from October 29 to November 8, 2022, in consolidation with House Resolution number 528, 529, 533, 535, 538, 539, 549, 551, and 558.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill and resolutions.
House Resolution 571, resolution strengthening mutual cooperation between the Philippines and Vietnam through the Philippine-Vietnam Parliamentarians Friendship Society.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the
Leader.
adoption. Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 571.
There is a motion to adopt House Bill number 5, Resolution number 571. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 57 now is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, move that we adopt House Resolution number 575. I'd like to request the Secretary General to read the House Resolution.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Resolution.
House Resolution 575. Resolution congratulating and commending Jiu-Jitsu athletes Kimberly Ann Custodio and Margarita Meggy Ochoa for winning gold medals in the 2022 Jiu-Jitsu World Championship held in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates from October 29 to November 8, 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 575 in consolidation with House Resolution numbers 528, 529, 533, 535, 538, 539, 549, 551, and 558. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. House Resolution numbers 575 is adopted with consolidation of other House resolutions. There is a motion to adopt those following House resolutions. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The following House resolutions are now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we consider House Resolution number 576 and request the Secretary to please read the resolution.
Is there any objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the House Resolution number 576.
House Resolution 576. Resolution congratulating and commending 9-year-old Vince Rafael Operiano for winning the 6th Eastern Asia Youth Chess Championship held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 4 to 12, 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 576 in consolidation with House Resolution numbers 541, 542, 565, and 568.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 576 and the aforementioned House Resolution. There is a motion? Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 576 is adopted in consolidation of the proposed House resolutions. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move that we elect the following members to the various committees to the Committee on Agrarian Reform as members: Nograles Margarita Ignacio B., Lagon Sunny SLL, Morden Michael M., Villanueva Bro Eddie C., Tan, Attorney Mike D., Tanhuatco Emidio III P., Arrogancia Reynante U. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation as Vice Chairperson, Acharon Loreto B. As member, Lagon Sunny SL, Teodoro Marjorie Ann, and Verga Wilfrido Mark, Gatchalian Rex, Tanhuatco Emigo, Legarda Antonio Jr. B. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments as Vice Chairperson, Acharon Loreto B. As members, Tanhuatco Emidio III P., Arrogancia Reynante U., Singson Ronald V., Velasco Lord Alan, Nograles Margarita Ignacia, Villanueva Eduardo Bro Eddie C. To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs as members, Bongalon Raul Angelo Gil D., Nograles Ignacia B., Lagon Sunny L. Gato Jr. B., Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. S., Gatchalian Rex Ortega Francisco Paulo VP. To the Committee on Ecology as members, Tiangco Tobias Toby M., Pimentel Johnny T. To the Committee on Ethics and Privileges as Vice Chairperson, Soriano Jeffrey. As members, Legarda Antonio Jr. B., Gatchalian Rex, and Verga Wilfredo Mark M., Alvarez Mercedes K., Saulog Irene Gay F., Villanueva Eduardo Eddie C., Bongalon Raul Angelo Hill D., Bustos Jorge Patron, Nisay Journey Jet, Miguel Peter B. To the Committee on Health as Vice Chairperson, Tanchay Caroline L. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education as members, Mercado Revillelani Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. To the Committee on Human Rights as members, Salo Ron P., Nograles Margarita Ignacia B., Tan Keith Micah D.L. Garcia Dante S. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development as members, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros Zamora Amparo Maria J. To the Committee on Population and Family Relations as Vice Chairperson, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros. As member, Garcia Pablo John F. To the Committee on Public Accounts as members, Gintu Ivan Howard A. Bongalon, Raul Angelo Gil D., Lagon Sunny L., Legarda Antonio Jr. B., Garcia Jose Arturo Jr. To the Committee on Public Information as members, Villanueva Eduardo C., Gatchalian Rex, Legarda Antonio Jr. B., Rivera Noel Bong N., Yap Christian Tel A. To the Committee on Revisions of Laws as member, Bongalon Raul Angelo Gil D., Nograles Margarita Ignacia B., Fortes Wowo Velasco Lord Alan J.Q. And to the Committee on Science and Technology, U. Jazel Victoria C. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare, as Vice Chairpersons, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros, Sagarbaria Manuel T. As member, Gato Siriaco Jr. B., Chung Lao, Solomon R. Arrogancia Reynante U. Lagon, Sunny L. Plaza Adolf Edward G. Salvame, Edgardo L. Rivera, Noel Bong N. Ordanes, Rodolfo Ompong M. As to the Committee on Ways and Means, as member, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, as members, Zamora Amparo Maria, Teodoro Marjorie Ann, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros, Tanchay Caroline L., Singson Rochelle Escudero, Marie Bernadette G., Colliantes, Matarisa V., Lim Kai Chong, Jocelyn C., Alvarez, Mercedes K., Bulut Begtang, Eleanor C., Silvero Lorna C., Villarasa Suarez, Ana Marie. To the Special Committee on East ASEAN Growth Area as Vice Chairperson, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros. To the Special Committee on Globalization and WTO as Vice Chairperson, Gatchalian Rex. As members, Co. Angelica Natasha, Gintu Ivan Howard A., Legarda Antonio Jr. B., and Verga Wilfredo Mark M., Miguel Peter B. To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities as Vice Chairperson, Acharon Loreto B. Estrella, Robert Raymond M., Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. As members, Escudero Marie Bernadette G., Marquez Carlito S. To the Special Committee on Reforestation as members, Lagon Sunny L., Tanchay Caroline L., Gato Siriaco Jr. B., Vilmayor Gerardo Jr. P. To the Special Committee on Strategic Intelligence as members, Ortega Francisco Paulo V., Alvarez Mercedes K., Tupas Raul Buboy, Lagon Sunny SL, Reyes, Ray Florence T. Cardema, Trixie May Flores, Jonathan Keith T. Paglas, Mohammed P. Almario Chino Miguel D. Rodriguez, Rufus B. Sally Dimzar M. To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea, as Vice Chairperson, Fortes Wowo, as members, Reyes, Ray Florence T. Romulo, Roman T. Acharon, Loreto B. Tanhuatco, Emilio III P. Arroganza, Reynante U. To the Committee on Agrarian Reform, as Vice Chairperson, Nograles, Margarita Ignacia B. As members, Sunny Lagon, Sunny S.L., Morden, Michael M., Villanueva, Eduardo C. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, as members, Delmar, Rachel Margarita B., Zamora, Amparo Maria J., Tanchay, Caroline L. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as members, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros, Singson, Ronald V. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as member, Biron, Ferdinand G. To the Committee on Welfare of Children, as Vice Chairperson, Zamora, Amparo Maria J., Mariano Hernandez Ruth. To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, as Vice Chairperson, Nograles, Margarita Ignacia B. As members, Revilla, Brian B. Gintu, Ivan Howard A. Gato, Siriaco Jr. B. Legarda, Antonio Jr. B. To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens, as Vice Chairperson, Aquino Magsaysay Milagros. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection on the part of the House? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Congratulations to the following elected members of the various committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4488, entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. The members are as follows. Rep. Elizalde Co., Representative Stella Luz Kimbo, Representative Ralph Recto, Representative Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., Representative Manuel Jose Manix Delipe, Representative Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, Representative David J.J. Suarez, Representative Neptali Gonzalez II, Representative Jose Joboy Aquino II, Representative Raul Angelo Gil Bongalon, Representative Elandro Jesus Madrona, Representative Michael John Duavit, Representative Marcelino Libanan, and finally, Representative Edsel Lagman. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection on the part of the House? The chair is none. So those following members to attend the bicameral conference meeting. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no business left for the day, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, November 22, 3 p.m. Tuesday. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, session is adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, November 22, 2022.